L.A Noire kaldığımız yerden devam ediyoruz. Ne kalmıştık? Oradan devam ediyor. Maalesef bazı koy denen it gelsin. Baktık. Artık baktık. Bir mimaz. Trafikten iyidir. Bu arada ben sıkıldım diyorum. Ben bölüm vardı ki.
Okay, everyone, keep it down.
Tamam.
Cole Phelps joins the arson squad today. How'd you like porking that German whore, Phelps? Phelps is up before a review board in December. Until then, he works the arson desk. End of story. Phelps.
Yes, sir.
I don't care what you did or didn't do, Phelps. I hear you're a good case man. But if you fuck up on my detail, I'll have you out of here before your feet touch the ground. Do we have an understanding?
Yes, sir.
Cap, we don't want a fucking rat like Phelps. Can it, Tilden?
Oğlum ne
Phelps,
lan?
I'm partnering you with Herschel Biggs.
I don't do partners. You know that, Cap.
You do now, Biggs. Social basket cases like you two should get along just fine. Biggs will show you the ropes, Phelps.
This is arson. There are no ropes.
It shouldn't take long, then. Start with these two. House fires. 326
Allah Allah.
South
Kundaksız
Kenmore
masasına
Avenue.
yani bakabildiğimiz en şey
Steffen's
olay bu
family
zaten.
was out of town when it happened. Then go to 4414 Rosewood, family by the name of Sawyer. Fire brigade will be on location.
Are they suspicious, Captain?
That's for you to find out, detective. Now get out of here. Both of you. Get out!
This guy was willing to write his own mother after I sweated him.
Herschel, let's roll.
When I'm done,
Oğlum bu arada Yankee
I say we bust
gigabyte.
in there and find the goddamn evidence.
Right. Ben videoyu editleyeyim.
My wife is so
I wanna
dumb.
make
She
comments.
stares
Da
at groceries
kaydedeceğim.
for hours.
Kaydettim.
Well, just say
Ama alanı nasıl olacak? Belki
Straight through the red
anlatabilir.
light. Bet you never saw it.
Ama burası şey değil mi? Ay be. Sen sürüyorsun.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
fine. Where are we headed?
How long have you been working arson?
We gonna do the small talk thing now? Talk baseball, exchange addresses? I don't think so. Feeling down,
tamam,
hotshot? Need a buddy? I'll look somewhere else.
Yapıyorsun. Yani ahlak masası. Oldu ya.
There isn't much left.
There never is if the job's done properly.
You think it was deliberate?
Nah, that's real pain in her face. They would have moved out the things they care about if this was insurance. There's no mileage in this. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Hirsch. Cap this one.
Yeah, Mike Brannigan, Cole Phelps. It's okay, Brannigan. His name may be dog shit, but there's none on his hand.
No offense, Phelps.
None taken. Do you have anything?
The fire started
Oğlum,
late last night.
gibi
Stepped
davranıyorlar
family
bize.
at Catalina Island. Won some kind of competition. Looks like the only thing they ever won in their lives.
Sessiz olun.
And they come home to this.
I'd say they were pretty lucky, really.
You don't have any insurance. Everything they own, including the house, is now that pile of rubble
Where are they sleeping?
in the car. It's lucky the whole block didn't burn down. Word is they're bulldozing this whole neighborhood to build new homes for GIs. That's the man in the house, in the ruins. Terry lady is his wife.
Well, take a look around. Come on, Phelps.
He's the dirty cop from the newspaper.
Muffled.
Remember the dead lady they found under the train? He solved the case. Booked some barfly for the murder.
Vay ne yap? Onlarla çok alakası.
Damn. This kind of thing breaks your heart. But we've done all we can do here.
Mr. Stevens? Cole Phelps and Herschel Biggs, LAPD. I know it's a difficult time, but could we have a word?
Don Steffens.
You were out of town.
We won a prize. We had a wonderful time. Came home to this.
Do you still have the tickets?
Sure.
It's a formality, but we'll need to speak to the issuing agent. Can you tell me any more about the prize that you won, Mr. Steffens?
Weekend at Catalina Island. My wife got this flyer in the mail from the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Did you enter any kind of competition?
My wife filled in a flyer. This lady just rung up and told us we won. It's the first time I ever won anything.
Ah lan.
The redevelopment fund. Did they offer to buy you out?
They're building new houses. They showed their money and most of the neighborhood just packed up and walked
Öyle
away.
değil.
But I never bargained with them.
Everyone else is selling, but you're the holdout, aren't you?
I was the last. I thought I could hold out for a better price. My house is the center lot.
So now you have to take the price regardless.
Looks like it. I've got no choice. I have to put a roof over my family.
That's all we need for the moment, Mr. Steffens.
All right.
He's the dirty cop from the newspapers.
Old Phelps.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need information on the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Yes, Detective. Just checking. The fund is a semi-government agency established to speed up the building of GI homes. It has private investors as well as a government endowment.
Huh. Do you have an address for them?
There is one listed here, corner of Beverly and Mariposa.
Thank you.
Ya burası. Ya, sarmadı. Aktör. Dede gel sür.
You can drive.
So where do you want to go?
Diğer taraftan bir insan. Dayım.
Have there been any other house fires?
This is arson. We get an average of 2 a night. Does that answer your question?
Şu anda 4 dava falan da kaldı. O yer ev.
Hi, Albert. We've caught this case.
Hey, Biggs. We? You have a partner? What gives?
This is Cole Phelps. You may have read about him.
Oh, now I get it. Hello, Phelps. Welcome to the netherworld of arson. Family of 4 found dead in their
Kaleye
beds.
takıldı.
Heater explosion.
Hey, another one.
Looks that way. Insta-Heat Model 70. Before you get excited, we get a couple of water heaters a month go back. Take a look around the yard and see what you can find.
Buradaki aile ölü bulunmuş. Gene diğerleri yaşıyor en azından.
Mal. You gonna stick it out, Cole?
I'm gonna try, Mal. What have you got?
Family by the name of Sawyer. Mother, father, and 2 kids. All in bed from the looks of it. So I'd say carbon monoxide poisoning. The burns are superficial.
Time of death.
I'd say about midnight. Anything more exact will take some time to determine. Lynch tells me this has something to do with a faulty water heater.
Could be. There's been a spate of problems with a particular brand. I've got another angle in mind.
You care to elucidate, Detective? This is a murder and not an accident. Sharing information has helped us solve quite a few cases together.
I need something concrete, Mal, before the department gets wind of it. I'm in arson for a reason.
I feel sorry for your wife and kids, Phelps, not for you.
Senin için değil.
But you're a good case man. One of the best I've ever met. I'll help in any way I can.
Thanks, Mal. I'd say that's firm but fair.
İyi iyi. En azından şey yapmıyor.
How about the insurance companies write these incidents up as acts of God?
Tam bir müdahale var mı ona?
It'll take days for this thing to cool off.
I don't think so.
Gerçi saatte şey olabilir ya, zamana tam saat şu saat diye bakmıyor.
Hey, Biggs!
Ayar ona.
Is this significant?
Regulator valve. Good find.
Detectives? This is the next door neighbor.
Detective Phelps, can you help?
They were supposed to be going away. They won a trip somewhere. But little Henry got sick, so they had to cancel. What are the chances?
Oğlum
Do you
acaba
know who ran
suikast
the
gibi bir şey mi yani?
Gulliver's Travel, up on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
Phelps, the guy across the street. I've seen him before. He likes fire.
Bana bırak.
Hurry, you can still catch him!
Bana bırak. En iyi yaptığımız
LAPD!
Dur lan.
We got an ID on you, firebug. Stop right there and apologize.
Ya. Yakalayabilirdik de yanlışlıkla kapıya bam diye vurduk yani.
What's your name?
Herbert Chapman.
So you like fires.
Some.
Watching them or setting them?
I don't want any trouble.
Turn out your pockets.
Ceplerini boşalt lan.
You're
Yeah,
not
thank you.
aren't you, Herbert?
I keep myself to myself.
Cigarette in a matchbox gives you a 5 or 6 minute delay. You want more time, you use a mosquito coil. Don't you, Herbert?
You like this fire, Herbert?
Hell no. I heard it over the fire radio. Sounded sweet.
When you finish following your leads,
Like,
come
yeah.
see me at the fire station. I have a theory about this.
Will do, Lynch. Take this guy in. We might want him for questioning later.
You got it, Detective.
Why have you got such a hard-on for this case? If it is murder, it's almost impossible to prove. Fire doesn't leave much evidence. There's no percentage in this.
I think it's more than one case.
There are house fires, Cole. Accidents, heater fires, gas explosions.
There's got to be a reason.
The reason is you want to be a star again. Forget it.
Ya
Give
ne
it up.
alakası var?
Feel better.
There's something to this. I know it.
What are you talking about? Arson is insurance. It's always been insurance.
We still investigate the cases, Biggs. The people in this house are dead.
Go soak your head, Phelps. This hero business is a full-time obsession with you.
I'm gonna make this case. I'm gonna rub the department's nose in it. Help me or stay out of my way. You got it?
Bir de sen sür. Sen git.
I knew it wasn't safe around
You're behind the wheel.
Ajansa gidelim.
All right. Where to?
Artisans böyle kapıyı kapatıp şey yaptık ama. Sen sür. Zamandan tasarruf edin. Vallahi iyi ki bu.
Detectives Phelps and Biggs, LAPD. John Cunningham. Can I help you, gentlemen? We have reason to believe that the Sawyer family of 4414 Rosewood Avenue recently won a competition run by your company.
Yes, I remember them. They called it
Evet.
cancel at the last minute. One of the kids was sick. Very unfortunate.
Do you mind if I take a look at that? Here they are. Stephens.
Sağ yer.
The Sawyer family, Rosewood Avenue. Tell us about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
There's not much to tell. They run a promotion. Our promotions mailing list covers half of L.A.
Dedim ki. Deli ya da doğru arasında yalan olmayacak da.
So they are not a government agency?
I don't believe so. Government organizations don't usually get involved in promotions.
I'm told the tickets were a prize.
Yes, they were.
You do a lot of these prizes.
Look, there are hundreds of these promotions running at any one time. If you're the lucky guy, you get your name pulled out of a hat.
Bad cop yap.
While the Sawyer family were supposed to be at Catalina Island, their house burnt down. You consider them lucky?
Christ. I'm sorry to hear that.
Can you tell me who offered the prize won by the Sawyer family?
Sure. Look, there's supposed to be some sort of supervised draw. with hundreds of tickets. But the reality is the Suburban Redevelopment Fund calls me every couple of weeks and tells me exactly who's won. Thanks for your help. No problem. Just wish I could do something for that family.
You could put round the hat. A few bucks would really help them now.
I suppose so.
Good. I'll put you down for 50. I could tell you were Samaritan the minute I walked in the door.
50? Are you?
Good man, Cunningham. You're all right.
Yeah, I'm great. Poorer, but great.
$50 iyi para. Bizim sen sürüyorsun.
You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going? Let me guess. You want to check out the Suburban address?
Great partners must think alike.
Arazi.
This is supposed to be the registered offices of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
This is an Elysian housing development, Mac.
So Elysian is an investor in the redevelopment fund.
Looks that way.
Are we done here, Mac? I've got work to do.
Sure, buddy. Thanks for your help. Elysian are investors in the Suburban Redevelopment. So what? If you think I'm putting my pension on the line and harassing Leland Monroe without evidence, you're out of your mind.
Faiz.
Good thing they see you coming.
Watch the Hammond Galahad fight.
Can you drive to this one?
That's the cup of coffee guy.
That son of a bitch looks a lot like the cop who pointed the gun at me.
Aynen bak.
Recently serviced. Could be something to go on.
Lynch says we should visit him at Fire Station 32.
Who exactly is this guy, Lynch?
Lynch is a legend. You should feel privileged. He doesn't let many people into the inner sanctum. Keep your mouth shut, and you'll learn something about fires.
You can drive.
All right. Where to?
Tamam.
We came as soon as we could.
Son, you're a couple of slates short of a full roof.
Lynch.
Biggs, you two investigating the house fire on Kenmore Avenue as well?
Yep. Why?
I had a look around the place while I was out there.
Do you believe the fire?
I deal in facts, Phelps. Evidence of an explosion. No obvious sign of accelerants. Wiring looks intact. Come and take a look at this.
Tamammış.
This the heater from the Sawyer fire, Al?
Yes, it is.
Huh. Looks like it was recently serviced.
I have a theory, and it's a theory only. I don't have enough evidence to prove...
Al, if you say it's so, we're listening.
Okay, Phelps. You're a bright penny. You have a gas supply. You have a Bunsen burner as a pilot light. You have a regulator valve, and the balloon represents the gas expanding in the room. Now, the gas has to make contact with the mosquito coil to form an explosion. Let's see if you can work out the chain of events.
The gas bubble needs to be next to the coil if it's gonna ignite.
Good, your regulator's in position.
Böyle koyduk.
Okay, I'll light your pilot and turn the gas on.
You pull the lever on the left to turn on the gas.
So that's how it's being done.
Maybe. There could be a fault with these valves. I've adjusted this one for our experiment, but you need to take it to InstaHeat and see what they say. Their headquarters is on North Harvard Boulevard, number 262.
Thanks, Albert.
You're welcome, Biggs. See you at the next show.
Aman abi aman.
See him? Saw his picture in the paper. He worked that case with the lady that...
You know the way.
Seyircim,
You can
tutar
drive.
mısın?
Fine. Where are we headed?
Well, you don't do that.
Ya bu Galloway'e göre biraz daha iyi dayı ama Galloway gibi.
Show?
The next fire. We should go to the factory and see how many of these things are going bang in the night.
You know this Chapman character?
The guy's a freak. Loves fires.
Yangınlara bayılır.
He's the kind of guy that we'd like for a lot of things, but we don't really have any credible evidence to pursue him with.
Hani. Tahiyat. Da. Lan sanırım şeyde vardı ya. Hatta kurulu.
LAPD detectives, ma'am. We need to speak to someone in charge.
I see. Well, duty manager for today is Mr. Rasick.
Tamam,
You should find him in his office.
3 blondes walk into a bar. You'd think one of them would have seen it. Did you read about the woman who stabbed her husband and then pushed him in front of the car? That's the cop who caught her.
He wanted to move in together when we're not even married. Poor guy. Must be going crazy.
New and improved model. They'll be selling these like hotcakes.
This guy must have escaped from the loony bin.
Menajer bey.
Detective Phelps and Biggs, arson. We're investigating a couple of house fires. What can you tell us about this?
Pressure regulator from a Model 70, yeah. Let me take a look. We have a problem. This has been tampered with.
What?
Nasıl oynanmış
You
hemen.
see this diaphragm? It forms a seal across the saddle here. Gas flows across from here to here. The diaphragm regulates flow. It's been reversed. It's a subtle change, but it means the gas never closes off properly.
So you're telling me that this is not a manufacturing fault,
Vay
a
be.
service repair?
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the design.
Abi
You're telling
gözlerini
me that
çok
you've never
oynatıyorsun.
had any problems with this heater?
Look, we've changed the design since the Model 70.
These things are still being installed?
It's the demand. None of us could keep up with the amount of housing going up. At
Demek
the budget end,
başaramayız.
we're still using some of the old stock. We are installing 100 heaters a week. They're not all faulty.
They're not all safe either.
Are these diaphragms prone to failure?
They tend to go after a while. The rubber lasts quite a few years and then it perishes.
So the guys' names that I've been seeing doing the repairs on the heaters, they're fully licensed and accredited.
Sure, of course they are.
Yalan gibi.
I think you're lying, Rasik. I think some of your men aren't fully licensed. You're desperate to cover your sales.
And how are you going to prove that,
Bakımı
detective?
yapılmış.
Name me one of my guys who would have overlooked a fault like this.
What about Reginald Varley?
You know about Varley. He's on the run for a divorce interstate. It's not so bad.
You in the habit of hiring criminals, Rasik?
I need guys, detective. This boom is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I want you to get me a copy of the list of your installers.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Hadi bakalım.
There, around a
Person goes
dozen of
into a
them.
bar in order
Housing
with
business is
beer
going crazy at the
and a
moment.
mop.
This is a long shot. We are not going to roust that whole list.
I want to run it by R&I, cross-reference for arsonists. See if any of these guys have any previous. Sir, I need to use your phone.
Go right ahead.
This guy must have escaped from the loony bin.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need to know if any of the following names have a previous criminal history.
Okay, Detective, run the names.
Acevedo Ernesto, Clemens Walter, Elgram John, Gable Leroy, Kelligrew Peter, Cutner Robert, Limehouse Albert, Manning Franklin, Neves Raymond, O'Brien Thomas, Ryan Matthew, Spurgeon William, Varley Reginald, Zurich Stephen.
Clemens Walter. Previous conviction for arson and malicious damage. Burned down a house in Westwood in 1942. 4-year jail term.
Thanks.
Ryan Matthew. Charged for contempt of court. Attempted murder. Plea bargain down to assault charge.
Anyone else?
There is a Reginald Varley wanted for murder by Detroit Police Department.
Thanks. You've been a big help, young lady. Your employment roster is quite the rogues gallery, Mr. Rasik. Desperate times indeed. Do you have an address for Clemens?
He's working on an apartment building on Catalina and 3rd.
What about Ryan?
Currently working at a housing development on
Oğlum adamların hepsi
Normandy and
sabıkalı.
1st Street.
Varley, where is he?
Beverly and Mariposa, currently working on a new housing development. Hey, Varley's a good guy. You can't harass all my people.
These guys have lockers.
Yes, they do. But my men have a right to some privacy. Don't you need a warrant or something?
Yok.
Show him and keep quiet.
Here. Happy now?
Stick around, Mr. Rasik. Clemens is a fellow traveler.
Bir saniye aç. Ee. çok var.
Some light reading on the merciless capitalist machine. Ryan wants the world to be a better place. Don't we all?
Karga burnu ne işi? Heh.
The company went through thousands of these in the war. Still got eaten alive.
Buraya baktık.
He wanted to move in together when we're not even married.
Hope that helps, officer.
Ne yapalım şimdi? Hadi
This
gidelim.
guy must have escaped from the loony bin.
Oğlum ne yapıyor lan bu manyak yine? Dayıcım sen sür de hemen
You
hızlı
drive.
gidelim.
I need to go over the case notes.
So where do you want to go?
Bu aradaki şu dublajda mesela doğru yanlış diyor ya, yalan mıydı? Yanlış yerine kötü polis yapsa hani biraz daha zorbalama mağarında.
Biggs, LAPD. We want some answers and we want them quick.
Okay, okay. What's this all about? Just tell me what you want.
Tamam söyleyelim aslında.
You know Reginald Varley?
No? Can't say I do.
Yalan söyleme.
Detroit PD is after Reginald Varley for murder. You want us to run you in for aiding and abetting Clemens?
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. All I know about Varley is he gets kickbacks from some developer. Does their work first. Spreads it around if he can.
Ha. Aslında.
You were licensed and worked for InstaHeat?
I contract for them. So what?
InstaHeat hires arsonists, does it?
I've worked as a fitter all my life. Put everything I had into that house. And my fucking mud shark of a wife gets awarded it in settlement. She's blowing spics 2 at a time while I'm at work. And she gets the house.
Kardeşim özel hayatımı
Yeah, I
buraya
burnt it all
karıştırma.
right. Set fire to that fucker and watched it burn to the ground. I did my time and I'd do it again.
Sorry about the rouse, Clemens. You did the right thing.
You want to arrest somebody? Visit my ex-wife. Leave me alone.
You're behind the wheel.
All right. Where to?
Gittim, bu kadar mı?
Farley's on the run. He might be packing heat. If he's wanted for murder, I say we take the doubt out of the equation and let him have it.
You nervous?
It's been a while.
Sebep?
You were in combat.
In 1917. I know I
Görev
never
gereği
fired
birisi
a
geldi.
weapon in the line of duty.
That's nothing to be ashamed of. I hope your piece is still serviceable, Herschel.
I may be old and out of practice, but I'm still a
Hala
Marine.
biraz
Phelps.
It would be better for our case if we could bring him in, Herschel.
Tamam abi, bu da çok de oynuyor olaylardan dolayı.
LAPD, Varley! Stop or I'll shoot!
Oğlum dur yoksa ateş ederim. Kaçıyor mu?
Stop or I will shoot!
Dur yoksa ateş ederim dedim. Niye kaçıyorsun?
Why did you run from us, Varley?
I'm gonna take a wild guess that you're the same Reginald Varley the Detroit police have an outstanding warrant on. How am I doing so far?
I need a lawyer before I talk to any of you.
Reginald Varley, you're under arrest for committing a series of arsons. You're also under arrest for murder. Detroit PD will be putting in a request for your extradition. Until then, you're a guest of the city.
Arson? You can't hang that rap on me.
Be quiet. Be thankful we don't shoot you.
Are all the cops in this town crazy?
Take him away, officer.
Memur Bey.
Can you drive to this one?
And where exactly are we going?
Yakalayalım da bitti herhalde bundan.
Are you Matthew Ryan?
Who's asking?
Detective Phelps and Biggs, arson squad.
Arson?
You heard the man.
Let's just put this stuff in the car and I'll be right with you.
Ya ne
Hold it,
bekliyorsun?
Ryan.
Abi saçma dibine kadar gitsin de işte ya. Olamazca başladı.
Those are GIs back in Arthur's crashing through.
The damage is only cosmetic.
He's a one-man wrecking ball.
Move in. I'll take out the van.
He's going to kill those men.
They'll get out of the way.
Only if they hear him coming.
Close in, Phelps. We need to take Ryan down before he hurts somebody.
I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
Smash the son of a bitch's rear wheels. I can't hit a target that isn't there, Phelps.
He's got his arson-related assault charge and he's running.
Running don't mean nothing. We gotta get this guy in a room before we can get an angle on him.
This man has got to be stopped.
Adam öldü bu arada Müge Hanım.
Show me your hands. Why did you run, Ryan?
I was scared.
You got a reason to be scared, Ryan?
Matthew Ryan, I'm arresting you on suspicion of committing a series of arsons.
Haydi bakalım.
Insta-heat, Phelps.
You can drive.
It was their boiler caused the fire.
Sorguya gitmeyeceğiz mi? Ben kendim işaretleyeyim karakolunu. Dayıcım şimdi sen sürebilirsin.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
You watched the Hammond-Galahad fight? Some mess that was. Anyhow.
Hadi artık.
I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you've made it if you got that desk.
I'm no hood. I'm a killer. Is that a crime?
You clowns ought to be getting on with it.
Tam kendi işi.
Poor little twist.
Sorgu yok mu ya?
She was 13 if she was a day.
Biz ne yapacağız?
I want to make homicide. You know you've got it made if you can get to that part.
You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
Bir daha gidelim. Bir şey kaçırdım. Haritada kırmızı.
I gotta swing by the shop, make sure the orders are coming off the line. So if we're done,
Daha neye bakabiliriz ki? Beyler en sonunda hallettim. Şeydenmiş ya. Dolapta bulduğum var ya. Detaylı incelemediğim için inceledim. Geldik. Yalan söylüyorum. Anarşi birliğindeyim. Onu da hallettikten sonra bitti.
Guy gave his wife a tap. I'd say all's fair in love and war.
I have 2 suspects.
Phelps, you got nothing. Biggs, Ryan's waiting for you in interview 1. Varley's in 2.
Hey, Hopkins, you practicing your asshole routine again? Come on, Phelps.
Save yourself some time and get this thing off your chest.
If that's your opening gambit, you better try again.
So you want to change the world, Ryan?
Yes, I do. So does every reasonable person.
And you're doing your part?
Yes, I am.
Does that include sabotaging
Öyle
water
mi?
heaters to destroy a company?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tabii yalan söylüyor.
This is
Dolabında
industrial
vardı.
sabotage, Ryan. It's all part of your campaign.
You delusional detective. What campaign?
Your locker is full of pamphlets. Clemens told us how you were always foisting them on people.
Yani.
Sure. I spread the pamphlets. A guy has to do something. Insta-heat heaters break down every day. They're still peddling the same lousy design that they lifted from Hephaestus.
Instaheat bought out Hephaestus?
Them, Vulcan, Pyro, and a bunch of other companies.
And you still work for them?
A guy has to work.
And the directors of the company. How do you feel about them these days?
You work it out.
You know how to reverse a diaphragm in the regulator valve of a Model 70 heater?
No, I don't.
Bana yalan gibi geldi. Ama
If you know enough to do your job, you know enough to do that repair. You're lying, Ryan.
And how do you think you can prove that?
umarım doğru neyse.
Your boss at Instaheat said that you've all been trained to do it. It's a common repair. Are you calling him a liar?
Okay. So I know how it's done.
Tabii sen yalan
But what
söyledikçe
would
daha
be the
çok
point?
şüpheli
You
duruma.
just end up with a gas leak and then a small fire when you turn the pilot back on.
And if you didn't reset the pilot and the gas spread, what was the cause of the fire in your own home, Ryan?
I won't tell you.
What can you tell me about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
Nothing.
Hiçbir şey mi? Oğlum.
I think Suburban is a front for your anarchist buddies. They're arranging for people to be out of town while you burn their houses down.
Suburban? What's that got to do with me? That's Farley's bilk. He's the one with the cozy agreement with those fascists.
You have a history
Bir
of
şiddet
violence.
I
geçmişim
have
var
no
ama.
such thing.
You were charged with attempted murder, Ryan.
It was a court case. No criminal liability was the verdict. They said that they couldn't have known that the faulty heater installation would cause a fire. All I know is I lost my whole family.
Tamam hadi.
And the company that was responsible got away with it. What would you do?
Which company?
Ben ne yapardım?
Hephaestus Water Heater Company.
Sorgudan
That's it
çıkalım
for the
şimdi.
moment, Ryan.
So I can go?
Sure. As soon as your red friends storm the building and carry you out, you'll keep your seat until we decide how long to lock you up for, knucklehead. I think Ryan is our man. But procedure says we eliminate all of the suspects.
Bir de bir konu.
Let's speak to Varley.
Poor little twist.
Vay vay adamlara
She was
sivil var
13
lan.
if she was a day.
Garip geldi.
We have Matthew Ryan in custody, Varley. I think all we need to do is ask him about this, and he'll rat you out.
Fuck Ryan, that pinko bastard.
Have you ever worked on a place on Rosewood Avenue?
Tabii
Anyone
herhalde.
by the name of Sawyer?
Maybe. I'm from out of town. I go where they send me. I don't do a lot of repairs though.
Yalan
I'm flat
söylüyor
out
bu
on new
arada.
installations.
Yalan.
I'll
Aa
hand
yanlış
you
şeye
over for
bastım.
extradition now, or you can give me something.
Pardon.
What's it gonna be?
Yalandı ya.
I'm giving it to you straight. I've told you all I know.
Yanlış.
Word is, you're in the pocket of some property developer?
Never.
Yalandı
I
bu.
got principles.
Ee,
How did Suburban put the squeeze on you? Did they find out about your record?
There's no way you can link me to Suburban. You're wasting your time.
Ryan says you offered to cut him in on the kickbacks they were offering.
evet tanık.
He'll testify in court.
Suburban, they got real time pressure on getting some of the big developments finished. There's some big date that they can't afford to miss. So yeah, I took their money. But so did a lot of guys, all right? Carpenters, electricians, plumbers. It's no big conspiracy.
What would reversing the
Nasıl
diaphragm
biraz
of an
sıkıcı ya
Insta-Heat
bu.
Model 70 do?
Yeah, I made that mistake before. You get a big bang when you turn the pilot back on.
So you didn't deliberately sabotage the water heater
Hey,
at the
let's
Sawyer
see.
house?
No, I did not. You out of your mind?
I don't
Yalan.
believe you, Varley. I think Suburban wants homeowners who don't want to sell out of the way.
I think you're out of your mind. Where is the evidence that I have done anything to contribute to this fire? Huh?
Şey değil mi? Vardı bir tane. Heh. Az önce.
Arsonists use cigarettes and mosquito coils as time delay fuses. We found an open box of mosquito coils in your locker.
Whoa, hang on. Those things, they belong to Ryan, all right? He asked me to hold them because his locker's full of stupid pamphlets. I thought he used them for camping.
We're done for now.
So what happens?
You're either going back to Detroit to face a murder rap, or you're staying here to answer for these arsons.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you've made it if you got that.
Allah bana şu geldi ya.
Mouthpiece tore strips off me at the grand jury. Case was thrown out. Now the DA wants my head.
Matthew Ryan, I'm charging you with committing a series of arsons and for the murders of Hank Sawyer, Edwina Sawyer, Henry Sawyer, and Jessica Sawyer.
You're putting an innocent man away here. You hear me? I didn't set any fires. I didn't kill that family.
Yaptı bence ya.
Phelps,
Evet.
what you did to your wife and kids was un-American.
My wife threw me out.
Did I ask for your opinion? You're here to
Tamam.
listen to mine.
Tamam.
What I was going to say, before I was interrupted, was you did a good job on the Stephen Sawyer case. We don't often get results in arson, so well done.
What about me?
Alın.
Do I get a little stamp on my hand or a lollipop or something?
What you get is another case. A bad one, unfortunately.
Tamam ortak ya ikimiz 10 hava kaldı. Ya devler gitti.
House fire. Bad one. At least 4 Vicks. Get out there and find out what you can. The address is 650 North Hobart.
I don't want no part of it. Captain finds out, we're dead.
I know that face. That's the guy who busted all those Negro drug pushers last week, isn't it?
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
That bum took a swipe at me. I put him down with my...
You're behind the wheel.
You hear about Rancho Escondido?
Are we having a conversation, Biggs?
Okay, fuck it. Forget it.
I'm teasing you, Herschel. Tell me about it.
Well, the new housing development's a couple of weeks from completion. Burnt to the ground last night. GIs are ready to move in this weekend. Developer's gonna have some very angry customers.
You guys better see this. I hope you have strong stomachs.
Ne vardı?
Do you have a name?
Morelli, Mike. We recovered a picture of the family.
Okay. Anything else?
To be honest, I just got here, Phelps. Best you talk to Lynch. He's the expert.
Doesn't make any sense. Why aren't they scattered around like the rest of the debris?
I think they've been moved. Ooh. I think someone moved them after the explosion and before the fire.
Can you explain that, please?
I'm almost positive the cause of death is asphyxiation due to gas inhalation. Look at the parts of their bodies that aren't scorched. The coloring around the fingertips is typical.
It wouldn't have felt it.
I think the fire damage is post-mortem. I think someone moved them into this room after the explosion.
It still doesn't make any sense. Why would you run into a burning building?
You ever think about how many people have died in this world? And how big heaven would have to be to accommodate them, Biggs?
No, I have not. Show some respect.
Saygı göster.
good to me. What do you think?
We don't decide what happened here, Phelps. We go on the evidence. Search the whole house.
A'ya bakmamız.
What are they doing?
Prayer effect is from the fire. Muscles and tendons contract.
Find anything interesting?
It's our boy. I think he watches the fires. I think the Sawyer fire went wrong.
So what about the guy we have in jail, Phelps?
Got the wrong guy.
That doesn't explain why he ran into a burning building. What would make anyone do that?
Guilt.
For the fires?
For his mistake. This guy wants to burn houses, not families. He expects the houses to be empty. He was trying to redeem himself. Probably thought they'd be happier together.
You are one very disturbed individual, Phelps. I know you had it rough lately, but you should start to compartmentalize your thoughts.
He could be right. Can you come up with an alternative explanation?
I'm sure it's the same guy.
Are you telling me that some son of a bitch murdered these people, the whole family,
Evet.
and arranged them here like Cupid dolls?
Might fit, Cole, but I don't think we could ever prove it. There's very little evidence.
Evidence?
Albert, check out the hot water system. Make sure we're dealing with the same MO.
Sure, Phelps. I'll get back to you.
Leave the rest to us, Cole. You better find out what's eating Biggs.
Ya dayı sen de çok abartıyorsun. Allah.
So something finally got to you.
You want my help, pretty boy? You got it. You keep riding me and you won't be pretty much longer.
We can get this guy, Herschel.
Ya oğlum biz seninle
You
uğraşmıyoruz.
think you've seen everything, Phelps? I was with the 2nd Marines at Bella Wood. The things that went on in that farmhouse. My own guys on fire, screaming for a way out. You're not gonna get this guy. There's gonna be no photos and no citations. We're gonna kill this miserable fuck. End of story. You getting this?
Öldüreceğiz. Sen vurursan problem yok.
You remember the list from the travel agent?
Sure.
The Morellis were winners too. Their name was on that list.
Christ. We should take a look around, work the neighbors, see what they know. I'll go across the street.
Okay, I'll try this side.
I haven't done this for years.
You don't look like a fireman, son.
Gel bakalım. Beyefendi.
LAPD. Can you tell me anything about the fire next door?
Terrible luck. Imagine after having won that weekend
Allah
away.
sürekli tatil kazananları yapıyorlar.
What's your name, sir?
Foreman. Dudley Foreman.
Foreman mı? Boksör vardı lan bir tane. Neydi? Bir şey Foreman'dı
Did
adı.
you see or hear anything that might have...
Look, we were asleep when we heard the explosion.
And then what happened?
Aa yanlış.
It was like Pearl Harbor with bits of the house raining down. Blew out all of our windows that faced the place.
I'll have a patrolman come by and take your statement. Hopefully you'll be a little
Yeah.
bit more cooperative with him.
Come on, kid. I'm doing my best here. You were talking about the competition, right? Catalina Island? I've got one of the flyers in the kitchen if you're interested.
You smoke heavily, Mr. Foreman?
No. I never touched tobacco. Why do you ask? What the hell? Those aren't mine.
Ait değil.
Any luck, Cole?
Couple of things. What did you pick up?
Folded piece of paper. Looks complicated.
Japanese call it origami. Can I take a look?
Sure.
Paper crane. There's a legend about them. You fold 1,000 of these and you get a wish.
Kağıtta ne yazıyor?
Hey, don't break it.
I'm not. I'm unfolding it. It looks like a waybill or a flyer.
For what?
For Elysian Fields developments.
Oh. I see you already have one.
Ay.
When did the flyer arrive in your mailbox?
Evet, ne zaman
They've been
konuldu?
arriving for weeks. This one was in the mailbox when I got home from work yesterday afternoon.
Al o zaman dayı. Hadi gidelim. Evin etrafına biraz bak.
As the cannibals finished off eating the clown, one said, "Did that taste funny to you?"
Aha bak burada kanıt daha var.
Looks like the same model.
Aha. Cam kırıkları. Sanki ben Bakın. Valla şöyle rastgele bakıyorum.
I got friends who work at the Examiner. How about $5 for the exclusive?
Good hizmet.
You've got quite a habit. Whoever he was wearing boondockers. I would know that imprint anywhere.
Evet, nerede o adam?
All a man can do is put in a prayer for the dead. That's about all I've got to say about it.
Standard man's dress shoe.
Aman gibi. Yok gibi. Tam polis araması. Valla. Havalı inişimizi de yaptık mı?
I need an address for a property developer. Elysian Fields Developments.
One moment, Detective.
Bekliyor.
The address is 748 North Oxford Avenue, Wilshire. Anything else?
Messages, please.
You have a message. Contact Captain McKelty
En kısa
immediately.
irtibata geçmek.
Thanks. Can you put me through,
Ha o
operator?
zaman direkt oraya geçiyorum.
Here you are.
Commander?
Blades on the Morelli farm.
We're about to go and visit Elysian Fields Developments.
Evet.
You're about to do what? Leland Monroe? He's a personal friend of the mayor and the chief. Are you out of your mind? I'm warning you, Phelps.
line of inquiry.
You have something, you bring it to me. You're hanging by a thread, Phelps.
Ya tamam sen kapat ya.
Yes, sir.
Good. Have a report on my desk today.
Kelty has warned us off over a leash.
Makes sense. It's a dead end. We should check out Rancho Escondido.
You know the place?
Sure. Corner of Fountain and Wilton. Let's go.
Gidelim. Hadi gidelim. Let's go.
Shame about Jep. The arson desk has been trying to nail that son of a bitch for years.
He's still in custody, Herschel.
Wanna bet? Fella kicked him loose already. Can't hold him for misdemeanor cigarettes and matches.
Olabilir. Burası neresi böyle? Anço'da.
You know, there are times when you really miss a nightstick. There's more religion in the end of a nightstick than in 100 cathedrals.
Niye ne oluyor da?
I'm not gonna tell you again, sir.
Don't tell me when and how I can come and go on my own property.
It is not
This is
safe,
America,
sir.
dickhead.
Now step back,
Tamam geri
or I'll
çekil.
lock you up for a
Smart
fray.
mouth son of a bitch.
Oha.
Sorry,
I'm gonna beat you
Kavga
black and
çıkarttılar.
blue.
That's not cool. We're gonna have to pacify these folks.
Come on now.
Şapkamı geri takabilir miyim?
Bust you right in the mouth.
Dayıcım yaşından başından utan. Geri zekalı. Şapkamı takabilir miyim?
Oh, you're going down, you piece of
Hop
shit.
hop. Ya da ben kafa atmamış mıyım? Az önce? Geri zekalı. Yeter artık.
Good thing you showed up when you did, detectives. Those folks were baying for blood.
Okay,
Tamam tamam korkma
let's see
kardeş.
if there's anything left to take a look at.
Buraya niye geldik? Ee. Ben bunu neye bakmak?
Mortar is like dust. Is that normal in a fire?
You'd expect some shrinkage in the heat, but it looks like the cement barely adhered to the brick. Doesn't appear to be any wall ties either. This thing looks like it was built on the cheap.
Malzemeden çalınmış.
If we're paying a visit to Aleutian and ruining my career, let's bite the bullet and get on with it.
Helal lan sana. Aslanım benim dayı ya bak işte. Dayı bu konuda iyi.
You can drive.
Fine. Where are we headed?
Maldan çalıyorlarmış. Ve geldik. Evet kolay gelsin. Kolay gelsin kolay gelsin.
Detectives Phelps and Biggs, LAPD, to see Leland Monroe.
You have an
Manru mu?
appointment?
We're the police,
Ali
lady.
Manru.
We don't need an appointment.
Can I tell him what it's about?
It's an official investigation.
There are two police officers here to see Mr. Monroe.
Ay Manru.
And that's our
Very good.
cue. Thanks, ma'am.
Böyle göndermesiyle savcılıkla geliriz kardeşim. Oğlum
May I help you, gentlemen?
oda moda da yok ki.
I wonder how many more.
We would like to speak to Mr. Monroe.
I'm afraid it's impossible. Mr. Monroe's schedule is booked weeks in advance.
Cut to the chase, sister. Is he in?
I'm not at liberty to reveal that, officer.
So he hired you for your intelligence?
I find that offensive.
You have every right to.
This is getting us nowhere, miss.
Casino.
Would you like us to return with a warrant?
That won't be necessary, gentlemen. Come into my office.
Ne oldu lan?
You like a cigar? Drink, boys.
Sure, I'll have a scotch.
Biggs.
Ay. Biraz daha inceleyelim. Franklin'in halasının evi. Güzel müteahhit mi? Para kırıyor. Var ya çok güzel para kazanıyor.
We're investigating a series of domestic fires, Mr. Monroe.
It's terrible, boys. How can I help?
Bana nasıl yardımcı olabilirsin?
Elysian Fields and Suburban Redevelopment Fund flyers keep turning up in the vicinity of the fires.
Evet.
They're turning up all over town, boys. Can you imagine the current demand for housing?
So that's your explanation, Mr. Monroe? Coincidence?
Explanation? Why, what's to explain? I advertise on radio and billboards for buyers, and I advertise for sellers using waybills.
We found a family burnt out in their home. Another house burned to the ground. Another Elysian Fields flyer. Our information is that they didn't want to sell.
Are you saying that's something to do with me? Is that your point?
Point is, every time we find a family barbecue, we find one of your
Evet.
flyers. Is that good advertising?
What do you know about a competition for families to win free vacations to Catalina Island?
My company runs many promotions. I'm not familiar with that one.
Haberin yok. Afişte senin fotoğrafın var. Yerler mi?
Level with me, Mr. Monroe. You know all about the vacation offers.
You can believe whatever you like, son. You're missing the vital ingredient called proof.
Abicim sen salak mısın?
Your face is all over the flyers, Mr. Monroe. You know about the prizes, and you're aware that they get given to holdouts.
My face is the brand. It's on all our advertising.
Öyle mi?
Did you know that the mayor and the chief of police are part of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund? Do you want to accuse them of murder as well?
You've made offers to buy houses in areas where fires have been recorded.
Are you suggesting that I'm burning people out of their homes
Suçlamıyorum abicim
so that
yani
I
bir
can
şey
sell
biliyor
them new
musun?
ones?
What happens to your plans if a family like the Morellis refuses to sell?
We work around them. Business finds a way. That's the American way.
Sezgi puanı mı kullansak da ben
Come on,
ama
Mr.
bad cop
Monroe.
yapacağım.
You expect me to believe that you would build a new development with one of those old piles smack bang in the center of it?
Progress is an inexorable process, detective. Those who choose to stand in defiance are usually confined to the waste basket of history. To answer your question, yes, we would build around them if we had to. Most people see
Bu adam bu kadar yalan söylemesi de düzgün değil yalnız.
What's Elysian Fields' involvement in Rancho Escondido?
One of our latest housing
Evet.
developments. It was due
Ya.
to open on the weekend, or was before the unfortunate conflagration.
It met with building code regulations.
Absolutely.
Kesinlikle.
Only the best for our returning heroes.
Aha.
You're lying, Monroe. There's something out of kilter about that development.
Son, I've had enough of you and your fidgety friend. There's no way in hell you can prove that my materials were
Bizzat test
inferior.
ettik arkadaşlar.
I'm no expert, but I think we'll find that the bricks being used on those houses are undersized and the mortar is faulty.
And there's no wall ties connecting the
Evet.
masonry to the frame.
Every building is built to a budget, boys. Those buildings were inspected and fully insured by California Fire and Life. Investment of that magnitude demands it. Do you think that they'd vouch for the buildings without examining them? The arsonists. Do you have any suspects?
Yok.
At liberty to say.
I didn't think so. The contractors I use for waybills. Do you suppose it could be any of them? I have a list of their names if it'd be of any help.
That would be very helpful, Mr. Monroe.
Glad to hear it. I'm always happy to help the LAPD.
Öyle mi abi?
My secretary will provide you with that list. Did you know that I'm on the board of the police pension fund?
Tehdit mi
Glad
ediyorsun?
to be of help, officers.
What's the story? Any of these names ring a bell?
Hepsine basalım.
Herbert Chapman is on this list.
Find the phone. We need to know where we're at with Chapman.
Telefon var mı ya burada? Da var.
Your boss is a fine man.
That's that creep. Walked out on his wife.
Hanımefendi telefonunuzu bir kullanabilir miyim?
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you check whether we are still holding a Herbert Chapman?
Let me find out for you.
Evet bir bakarsanız.
He was released this morning, Detective. I'm sorry, Detective.
It's not your fault. Can you give me a last known address and put out an APB on the guy?
I'll get back to you, Detective. APB will go out over KGPL shortly.
Thanks, ma'am.
Teşekkür ederim. Ne oldu? Yine mi buraya geldik? Ah be Phelps. Şerefsiz Roy. Hangi yüzle geldin lan sen buraya?
Buy me a drink, Cole?
No! Not even for old time's sake? Not even for that.
You're not gonna ask me why I'm here?
I wouldn't give you the pleasure. We'll get around to it.
Bence de bir. Az git.
She's in fine voice this evening. I wonder how the commander would feel
Save
about...
the threats for someone who cares about them, Roy.
You're breaking my heart, Cole. You know how I feel about you.
Niye sattın lan o zaman?
Stay away from Elysian Fields.
I should have known that you were playing errand boy.
You and your doofus partner. You have been warned.
Thanks for your
Öyle mi?
cooperation, officer.
I love you.
Stay away.
Durmuyoruz
You
lan.
have no idea the type of people that are involved in that
I have
company.
a pretty good idea, Roy. The same kind of people that sent you here.
Your investigation is finished. Homicide will be taking over from here. I've heard we've had a spate of grass fires in the hills that you and that hunchback might be able to handle. Thanks for the drink, Cole.
Abi bu bizden kıdemli diye haberi her otoboku alabiliyor mu ya? Elsa'nın apartmanı
The
8.
message about Monroe?
Yeah, Earl delivered it. You?
McKelty. He started making noises about my pension.
Sorry about that, Herschel. I didn't mean to drag you into this.
Save it, Phelps. Monroe's an asswipe. And so was Earl. And so was McKelty when it's all said and
Ne
done.
şerefsizler abi ya.
KGPL calling car 11K, 11K.
11K, go ahead.
11K, the last known address of suspect Herbert Chapman is 650 North Kingsley Drive in Wilshire.
Roger that, KGPL. 11K.
Abicim sen sürsene ya.
You know the way. You can drive.
And where
Hızlı geçsin
exactly
biraz
are we
daha.
going?
Şerefsiz Roy ya. Harbiden. Ay ahlak masasında diye her şeyi nasıl alabiliyor ben onu anlamadım.
We're looking for Herbert Chapman.
I'm looking for him too. I need him to move his car so I can mow the lawn.
He's definitely not here.
I've been banging on his door off and on for a couple of hours. Yeah, he's out somewhere. Just some kind of
Let's
problem.
take a look at the car.
Let's see what he's hauling around.
Değil.
Motive, opportunity, and hard evidence.
Bu neydi? Milimetre mermi. 5 kalibre.
We should revise the APB. He's clearly armed.
Adamımız o
gives him
gibi.
opportunity.
Harbiden de o gibi.
Holy cow. There he is. It's Chapman. He's coming out of the laundromat. Shit. He's seen us.
Cops! Again!
Hop hop.
Son of a bitch, he must have caught the trolley. We gotta move fast, Cole. I'll call this in, get some cars dispatched. Car 11K calling KGPL. 11K requesting assistance. In pursuit of suspect aboard the 1110 University streetcar. Currently heading east on Melrose Avenue. Advise all units. Suspect is in control of car and driving dangerously.
Roger, 11K. All units, officers need assistance on Melrose Avenue. A suspect aboard the 1110 University streetcar headed eastbound. Approach with caution. Suspect is in control of the streetcar driving dangerously. Unit Daniel Code 3 identified.
Stay on his ass, Cole. Don't lose him. See if he can damage one of the wheels. Might act like a brake and slow the thing down. No! You gotta get me closer! Look, Cole, the side plate's gone. Get me closer. I think I got a shot here. End of the line, you little prick. Come on, Cole.
Manyağa bak. Ben
Looks
tutuklamaya
like we have our
gelmiştim.
man, Cole. Well done.
I'm not so sure. Chapman seemed to have his own agenda. There seems to be more to this than a personal vendetta.
What are you talking about?
Fires benefit Elysian in some way. I see Chapman and Monroe working together.
You have a point. The evidence is good for Chapman. Hard to be worrying about his side of the story when he's blasting away with that big 45.
Haklı. Ama Cole haklı.
Nice work, gentlemen. Put yourself at considerable risk stopping that trolley and probably saved a lot of lives. Anyone else but you, Phelps, and you'd be up for a bravery award. We've had our eyes on that slippery son of a bitch Chapman for as long as I can remember. I couldn't be happier than to wipe him off the scoreboard. I hope this puts to bed that crazy stuff you had going about Leland Monroe. What were you thinking, Phelps? We'll be calling Richard Nixon a crook next.
Geri zekalı. Ne oldu şimdi?
What is it?
A letter from Lou. His insurance policy named me beneficiary.
California Fire and Life. You worked for Elysian?
The roof that he was working on collapsed.
It's a very generous settlement. Elsa, I'd like you to do something for me. I think there's something dirty about Elysian Fields.
What has that got to do with Lou?
I want you to reject this settlement. I want you to go and see an investigator named Jack Kelso and ask him to make some inquiries about Lou's case.
Isn't this police work?
Polis işi değil mi?
Do you want to find out what happened to Lou?
Why would he help this Kelso?
Jack won't be able to help himself if he smells a rat.
He's a friend of yours?
He
Benden nefret
hates my
eder.
guts. Elsa, you could take this money and let them get away with it, or we could get Jack's help and do something about it.
Why not be honest with this man, Cole? He deserves your honesty if you want his help.
Believe me, Elsa, I'd like to level with him. I really would, but it's too late. Years too late.
Oldu artık. Şey olmuş. Kardeşim. 4'te 5 yapmışız yine. Araç hasarımız yok. Dava kapandı. Yine kapandı. Güzel. Kaç dava kaldı bakalım bir. Görebilir miyiz? 14 dava kalmış. Biraz hızlı olursak bitiririz. Gerçi bu dava biraz daha kısa sürdü. Bakalım bu da biraz daha kısa sürürse.
Mr. Kelso?
That's what the sign on the door says, miss.
What the hell?
Bayan müşteriyle ilgilen.
There's no need to come into the office, Miss Lichtman. If you accept the settlement, all you need to do is sign here.
I don't accept the
What do you mean you don't accept? I think you're pushing your luck, lady. This seems to be a ridiculously generous settlement. A $200 policy with a $20,000 payout? You should...
I don't want the money.
What do you mean you don't want the money?
I want you to investigate this case. I feel my friend may have been the victim of foul play.
Okay. Let me get the case file.
Olur. Şu an Kelso'yu mu oynayacağız bu bölüm?
There's got to be more in these files.
I'm out of here.
Sounds like your friend took a hell of a fall. I'm sorry for your loss.
Tamam, şimdi ben neye bakacağım onu
Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course not.
What basis do you have for your claim of foul play?
Lou Buckwalter was a craftsman. I don't believe he would have made a roof that would collapse.
You want me to reopen this case based on your woman's intuition? That isn't going to happen. Take the money.
I've already told you I do not want the money. There's something wrong with that house.
You and Buckwalter weren't married?
No.
Then how did you become his beneficiary?
We were family friends.
Aile dostu.
You expect me to reopen this case because you come in here walking that walk? Well, I'm not buying it. I think you should tell me what the hell is going on.
You really want to know?
Yes.
We were interned together on Ellis Island. Resident alien Germans whose parents had been killed by Nazis. Do you see the irony in that, Mr. Kelso? We spent 4 years there.
So the roof collapsed. Accidents happen. What exactly are you trying to achieve here, Ms. Lichtman?
Exactly what I said. I want that building thoroughly investigated.
I'm intrigued, Ms. Lichtman. I really
Tamam,
am.
inceleriz.
But you're going to have to give me something if you want me to involved in this.
There is a conspiracy surrounding Elysian Fields and the new houses they are building. I believe your insurance company is involved.
That's pretty heady stuff, Miss Lichtman. Flimsy, but heady.
I've told you what I know, Mr. Kelso. What are you going to do about it?
All right, Miss Lichtman. One final question.
Yes.
What's your address?
Is that usual?
Is there anything usual about this case, Miss Lichtman?
The address is on the letter, Mr. Kelso.
The address, not the phone number.
Oğlum. Telefon numarası falan hayırdır lan? Bak.
Mr. Benson would like to see you in his office, Jack. Upstairs.
Demek ki
Come on,
Kelso'yu
I'll walk you
oynuyoruz
up.
şu an.
We wanted to move in together when we're not even married.
Ben buradan gideceğim.
I'm out of here.
Seni geçtim.
I'm gonna get good and tight come Friday.
Ama hızlıca gideriz biz. Sen sakin ol. Golf oynuyor. Vay.
Mr. Benson, you wanted to see me?
Ah, yes, Jack. I'm just trying out a new putter. I noticed Elsa Lichtman in the lobby.
It's the weirdest thing, Mr. Benson.
Call me Curtis, Jack. This is California.
Tamam.
Like I said, Curtis, this is a very strange case.
How so, Jack?
That lady, Elsa Lichtman, is refusing a 20 grand payout.
20.000
Elsa
dolar.
Lichtman is hardly a lady, Jack. She's a jazz musician. Plays at the Blue Room in Hollywood. She has a fine pair of lungs, now that I think
She's
of
the
it.
beneficiary of this guy, Lou Buckwalter. He was killed in an industrial accident working for Elysian Fields Developments. You know Elysian?
I'm familiar with Leland Monroe. We move in similar circles.
Well, Miss Lichtman is making some pretty serious accusations. She says the case stinks and that
She's a
something
very
happened.
highly strung girl, Jack. Strung out might be a better way to put it.
It's a pretty generous payment, Curtis. I think I should look into it.
Is there anything wrong with the paperwork, Kelso?
Evet.
No, there isn't, Mr. Benson.
I didn't think so. Pay the case out and get her off our backs.
I can't make her take the money,
Deal
sir.
with it, Jack. Do your fucking job. Do I have to do everything?
No, sir, you don't.
Fine, Jack. Fine. You know I have the greatest confidence in you.
Ya öyle mi?
Thanks, Mr. Benson.
Oğlum bu şehir ne manyakları var.
Your car, Mr. Kelso.
Thanks, kid.
Ne oldu lan, oyun çarpılıyor. Bölüm o zaman şey olarak oynayacağız. Kelso olarak oynayacağız. Cole Phelps'ın işi yok. Ha, buraya gelmiş.
That's not how my pop taught me to mix it. Someone is cutting corners. Bulldozing and starting again. Leland Monroe, the man with the grin. Looks like he doesn't like to be disappointed.
Hadi çıkalım da şu bunun sahibiyle bir. Ben bunun tam olarak ne iş yaptığını
Hey! You just can't be walking around down here.
I'm Jack Kelso from
California
California Fire and Life.
I don't care if you're from the Vatican.
Buzz off.
I'm investigating the accidental death of a Lou Buckwalter, and...
You deaf? Do I have to beat on you?
Oğlum dövmek
Looks
falan.
like you do.
You're a real asshole.
Hadi, hadi.
Take it.
Yerde kal dedim sana. Yerde kal artık. Artık
I came to see the house where Lou Buckwalter died. You were just about to offer to show me the way.
It's out the gate and 3 houses down on the left. Don't know what you're looking for, smart guy. There's nothing there.
Then I'll poke around in the rubble.
Fine. As long as you're out of my sight.
iyi atlaması güzel ya otomatik.
The place falls down and then they bulldoze it. What gives here?
Whoa! Easy!
When is America
Are you
gonna
drunk,
understand?
mister?
It's
Or are you
not
just
about
cracked?
getting.
Tamam hadi.
Let's try to piece this together.
3 blondes walk into a bar. You think one of them would have seen it?
Keystone Films. Who gets their lumber from a film studio?
Lan tekte tuttu. Ne yapıyorsun manyak herif? Koş. Biraz koşalım mı?
Son of a bitch.
Atla. Ne oluyor lan?
Sorry, pal. Just when I thought we were starting to get on.
Öldü mü? Tam doğru yapmışız. Polis telefonunu mu kullan? İyi de bizim adam
Hey,
polis.
there's such a thing as soap, you know.
Nasıl yani?
Jack Kelso, California Fire and Life Investigator. I need an address on the Keystone Film Company.
The address is 658 North Wilton Place. Is there anything else?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Teşekkürler bayan. Film Kolay gelsin.
Hi, Mac. I work for California Fire and Life. I'm looking into an industrial accident.
Here?
No, not here. At a housing development over on Normandy Avenue.
So?
I found some lumber over there, had the Keystone name printed on it.
We've been closed since 41. Never quite made the transition to talkies. The Suburban Redevelopment Fund are pulling the place down.
Know anything about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
Nix.
Mind if I take a look around?
I'm kind of hungry. If someone was to leave a couple of bucks here, I might wander down the street and get a cup of coffee.
Is there a key to the gate?
No. The only guys who go in or out are some delivery guys from Elysian Fields. They're working on a housing development over at Wilton and Santa Monica. You'll have to hop it.
Odunlar su.
That's one way to keep your costs down. Too bad it won't support a roof.
Ha, burada açık yer var. Ne bu?
Let's see what the rich and powerful have to say for themselves.
The real should be nearby.
Öyle mi yapıyor?
That the City of Angels does rather well basking in the reflection of the motion picture industry. Here, here. And
In a great day for the future of Los Angeles, civic leaders and businessmen joined forces to launch the Suburban Redevelopment Fund. The Suburban Redevelopment Fund pledges to speed up housing development for returning GIs.
Gentlemen, this is Dr. Harlan Fontaine. He's our latest investor in the Suburban Redevelopment Fund. Doctor, this is Curtis Benson. He's Vice President of the California Fire and Life. Pleased to meet you, Doctor. Ray Gordon, editor of the Times. Doctor.
District Attorney Donald Sandler and Police Chief Warren.
Gentlemen, I am delighted to be in such exalted company.
You're making quite a name for yourself, Doctor, amongst the thespian fraternity.
I find that those of artistic temperament are often of a fragile mental disposition.
It's a short step from miscreant to recidivism, Doctor.
Very true.
Oğlum bunlar
But
ben
I think we
dinlemedim
could
de.
all agree that the City of Angels does rather well basking in the reflection of the motion picture industry. Here, here. And it's something that every sucker getting off a train at Union Station wants a part of. Gentlemen, we're here to sell the American dream, and Hollywood is our greatest advertiser.
So, how is your new development selling, Leland?
Cannot throw them up fast enough, Ray.
And that's part of the problem, Leland. Washington is receiving steady complaints. There's a clamor for public housing.
God damn it, Ray.
Public housing is tantamount to communism. Now, that's why we fought this goddamn war. I'm telling you, it's Reds via the back door.
You can't have it both ways, Leland. The new freeways are being built to service all your developments out in the boondocks. They're all being built with government money. The GI Bill is government money.
There's a difference.
What difference?
The GI money ends up in my pocket.
I hope you mean our pockets, Leland. We're all investors.
Of course, Curtis.
So, when will the freeway bond be passed on?
It still has to be ratified. Takes a long time to raise $3 billion.
I need to find a game well or a telephone.
Telefon yapalım. İyi soruşturmayı yapıyor yani. Abi şaka gibi ha.
Operator, think you could put me through to police dispatch? Thanks.
Putting you through now.
This is Jack Kelso, investigator for California Fire and Life. Can you put me through to Curtis Benson, please?
Just a moment, please, Mr. Kelso.
Jack, how can I help?
Do you know anything about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund, Mr. Benson?
I've heard of them, Jack. Building new homes for GIs.
Evet.
With green lumber that was used on movie sets.
Jack, are you working the Buckwalter case?
Evet.
Mr. Benson, are you part of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
Jack, I want you to listen very clearly. Call Miss Lickman. Call her as soon as you hang up. Arrange to see her tonight and get her to agree to the settlement. Do it tonight. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
End of story, Jack. I don't want to hear another word about Elsa Lickman or Lou Buckwalter.
Can you put me through to Michigan 221?
Putting the call through.
Hello?
Ms. Lichtman, it's Jack Kelso.
Yes, Mr. Kelso.
I've been looking into your case.
Yes, and what have you found?
It doesn't look good. I need to see you.
Meet me at the Blue Room. I work there tonight. I take a break around 9.
Saat 9 gibi ara
I'll be
veririm.
waiting at the stage door. We can talk then. Auf Wiedersehen, Mr. Kelso.
Thank you.
Blue Room Jazz Club. Millet orada niye o kadar sıra bekliyor lan? O kadar mı kalabalık yer bura? Bak bir sürü boş masa var. Ne oluyor şimdi? Niye bir anda böyle bu tarafa geçti? Ne oluyor abi?
What were you doing with him?
Onunla ne yapıyordu?
I was doing what you asked.
I didn't ask you to meet him in an alleyway.
Why do you snarl at me?
Sanırım
Your
kol
friend
biraz
came to
kısıtlandı.
ask me to accept the insurance.
He's not my friend, Elsa.
I think he's a brave man, and you have placed him in great danger. You've involved him in something, and he has no idea of the risk. Can you live with that, Cole?
Elsa, I need his help, and he hates my guts.
Forget the past, Cole. He deserves a chance to say no. If he helps you, let it be on his terms.
I'll go see him in the morning.
Tamam tamam. Oo. Abi. Bir dakika ben gidip oraya bakabiliyor muyum ya? Bir saniye. Boş dur da. Sen oyun öyle bir cutscene. Tamam neyse biz yine gereken yere bak. Yine içimizde buraya gidebiliyor muyum? Reis. Dalmıyorlar beyler. Dağılmıyorlar. İkiye gidelim. Ondan sonra diğer yere gideriz. Kır kapıyı geç ya. Farları kapa. Akü açamazsın sonra. Buraya mı gireyim? Nereden buraya?
You lose something, Mac?
I thought these private eye types were all wise guys with smart mouths.
Looks like the snappy repartee has all dried up.
Get on with it.
What's your hurry, Mac? You got some place to go?
You ever do the cat and mouse routine without a gun in your hand?
Now that's more like it.
Let's put
Hadi
a few
bakalım.
gaps in that spine.
Erkekseniz teke tek kanat verin lan.
I'm about to break your goddamn jaw. Shouldn't have tangled with me, friend.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll lay you out.
Hop hop. Ha, zaten bayılmamız gerekiyormuş. İyi.
You're a worn tough guy. You should learn to take a hint. Get him downstairs and into the trunk.
Aşağı götürün ve bagaja koyun. Ne yapacaklar oğlum? Bu sefer fare biz mi olduk? Kedi onlar mı oldu? Onlar mı bizi kovalıyor?
Sure, he turned up all right. He's wishing he didn't. He's in the trunk. He's going nowhere. The boys introduced themselves. What do you want done with him, Mr. Monroe? Yeah, I know a good place. We'll pick up a shovel and a pick on the way. It's up in the hills behind Griffith Park. We'll deal with that German bitch next.
Hop hop. O benim karım lan.
Elsa.
Bir araca bin. Hanımefendi aracınızı alabilir miyim?
Sorry, pal. Desperate times.
İlk defa kovalanıyoruz. Hoşuma gitti. GTA'da
Must be his blind spot.
Anına. Buradan da bastık. Birinden çok iyi durum var.
What's your problem?
Onu destekleyelim.
Control your car. Watch it.
Soluk sana.
You are going too fast.
Kes dayı. Buradan aha gene mi geldi lan?
Where are they? Is that the last of them?
Kalsı aranıyor. Yine adam için. Phelps da öyle gerçi. Phelps da üstüne tutuyor. Arabada çalıntı gibi. Oğlum niye hepsi bu evine gelip duruyor arkadaşım ya? O ne bağırışı lan öyle? Vay Phelps'e bak.
So you're still carrying that Army 45, Cole?
For God's sake, Cole! Call an ambulance!
Güzel bitti ha. Güzel güzel. Cesur. Dava kapandı. Sanırım son 3 davamız kaldı. Nazik bir davet.
Hello, Miss Lichtman. How long have you been sitting
Ne
there?
zamandır?
Not long, Mr. Kelso.
You look lovely, Princess. You haven't exactly caught me at my best.
Oğlum
It's
o
okay,
benim
Miss
karım
Lichtman.
lan. Kelso.
I'm a big boy. I know how to take my licks.
Please, call me Elsa.
Okay, Elsa? What can I do for you?
I'd like to explain because
I can join the dots, Elsa.
Cole needs your help, Jack. The police department have frozen him out.
Look, you're obviously a brave lady, but you can't fight all Cole's battles for him.
I just wanted to apologize
You
for...
don't have to apologize. You were right about Elysian Fields. Tell me something. What was Lou Buckwalter's regular job?
He was a carpenter. He built sets for RKO, Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers.
Perfect.
Warner Bros değil, Warner Brothers.
If you don't mind, Elsa, I'd like to get a little rest now. I've got a lot more dots to join, and it's making my head hurt.
That's perfectly understandable, Mr. Jack. I hope we can meet again under less dramatic circumstances.
I hope so too, Princess. I'd like that.
You Kelso?
Who's asking?
Peterson, Assistant DA.
Yay.
You're in the wrong building, Peterson. This is a hospital.
A wise guy. Let me tell you a story, Kelso.
Can I get the abridged version? My head hurts.
You're a funny guy, Jack.
What do you want, Peterson?
A colorful
Kayıt oluyor.
character mentioned your name. He said that you might know something
There's
about...
a problem with colorful characters, Peterson. First they send you over a drink, then they buy you dinner, then you get a phone call in the middle of the night for a favor. Try rubbing shoulders with some solid citizens. They're the ones you're supposed to protect.
You finished, Kelso?
For the moment.
I'm going to run for DA, Kelso. The current administration stinks.
And you want me to help?
I'm looking for a DA's investigator. You get a gun and a badge and $120 a month.
I get $150 a month now.
I'm going after the Vice Squad, Kelso. It's going to get me elected.
I've got something better. How about Leland Monroe?
The property developer?
Do you think I fell down the stairs?
Vay Kelso'ya bak.
Thanks for the patch-up, Princess. Might be the only R&R I get for some time.
Tamam. Güzel arabamız. Hızlı seyahat yapabiliyoruz böyle zaten. Ya sarı kapı kolu olan yer.
Remember me?
Benson.
Jack, it's good to see you. You've caught me at a slightly inopportune moment. Can we do this some other time?
Back off, Curtis. Move away from the door.
Jack, there's no call for that.
You're smooth, Curtis. I'll give you that. You try to get me killed and you still manage to be polite about it.
Jack.
Evet, devam ediyor. Valla şu alt tab geç.
How could you accuse me of having anything to do with that?
I want to know all about you and Monroe, Curtis. You give it up or I beat it out of you.
Get the fuck out of here, Jack. You're fired. Who do you think you are? Get out of town now while you still have the chance. You have no idea what kind of forces you're dealing with here.
I guess we've exhausted the passive options. Sit tight, Curtis. I'm taking a look around. get all of the stockholders, I need to follow the paper trail.
Evet. Bir dakika detaylı bak.
What exactly do you expect to find, Jack?
I knew you were in bed with Elysian, Curtis. Now I know why.
Jack, you've made a terrible mistake. Get out while you can.
I want answers, Curtis. So pay attention.
Please, Jack.
Ver lan.
I'm not a
Adam
violent
olduk ya.
man.
I don't get it, Curtis. You're vice president of the company. Why take the risk?
It's a simple business transaction, dear boy.
Yalan söylüyor.
You're lying, Curtis. Something happened at the company, didn't it? That's why you took the bribe.
Bribe? What bribe? How can you accuse me of benefiting ahead of the company?
I noticed that the share
Ya yanlış
certificates are in
yaptım
your
sandım.
name, Curtis, not the company's. What did you use as collateral?
Those sons of bitches in Sacramento. They passed me over for president. Sent me here because they believed it was a backwater. But they were wrong. Los Angeles will become the capital of the West, not San Francisco. This place will be the city of the 20th century. And I'm gonna get my cut, Jack.
You're going to jail, Curtis. You and your cronies.
We'll see about that, Jack.
Tell me about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
You're talking about the future of Los Angeles. You cannot interfere with these plans.
Information, Curtis.
Business people who have joined forces to meet the demand for new homes.
Yalan söylüyor.
You're lying, Curtis. They're going to burn those movie sets they call houses, and you're carrying the insurance on them.
And how do you prove that, Jack?
Rancho Escondido burnt to the ground. California Fire and Life is carrying the paper.
Jack, the best result you could get from insurance would be replacement cost. The stakes are much, much higher.
Why the big payoff in the Buckwalter case? It was bound to bring it to attention.
Who could have predicted this particular confluence of events? Elsa Lichtman as the beneficiary who spurns the cash. The brilliant but flawed detective becoming her lover. And you, Jack, taking their bait.
You buy green lumber and use it to build houses. How do you expect it to
Harbiden
end?
ya.
Mr. Monroe has a fine reputation for building houses. What would I know about his choice of building materials?
Nereden bileyim? Yalan gibi.
Give me what I need or I'll beat it out of you.
It's all there in the case file. If you know what to look for.
Very neat, Curtis. Maybe I can't work it out, but Phelps can. He may be many things, but he is one of the best detectives the LAPD has ever had.
Your card is marked, Jack. You'll have an unfortunate accident if you don't leave town.
Your California isn't the same as mine, Mr. Benson. Not at all.
Dışarı mı git? Haydi.
How old are you, Princess?
16, mister?
6 mı?
How old are you really?
Nearly 13.
You take love where you can find it as you get older.
Love?
Jack.
That has nothing to do with love, Curtis.
Some might find
Dur
your
oğlum.
romantic notions endearing, Jack. I find them very tiring.
You're finished, Curtis.
That remains to be seen, Jack.
I haven't told you about my new job, Curtis. DA's investigator.
Who do you think the DA reports to, Jack?
Get dressed, you're getting out of here.
He's not so bad. He just lays on top of me and grunts for a few minutes. He's kind. And he buys me nice things.
Get dressed, you're leaving.
Geri zekalı.
She will only come back.
Hadi. Ne yapacağız?
I'm out of here.
I'm just going up to my office, Barty. Gotta check over some files.
Take the elevator. First door on the right when you come out. You know the way, Kelso.
Going straight to hell.
So, Curtis, what is it you don't want me to see?
I'm not as dumb as you look.
34 degrees, 4 minutes, 29 seconds north. 118 degrees, 17 minutes, 58 seconds west.
You're hurting me.
There's got to be more in these files.
Insured replacement value for the house is $900. Current value of the house and land is $3,500. Christ, how many of these dumps are we carrying on the books?
I have a Detective Phelps of the LAPD here to see you.
Have a seat, Cole. Where's the go-between? She's awful easy on the eye for a foreign girl.
Does that private dick petter actually work on anyone, Kelso? It's not your style. You were always a little more direct.
This is your dime, officer.
Would you have helped me if I asked, Jack? A little chuck on the shoulder, shot of Semper Fi.
Fuck you, Cole. Be a man. Why send a woman to do your dirty work? You're a cop. Why do you want my help?
I thought a PI might be a little more discreet.
I'm no gumshoe. I used to be an investigator for this company before your investigation got me fired.
Sorry to hear that, Jack. Sorry about a lot of things.
Is that an apology, Cole?
It's a feeble attempt at one, yes. Look, Jack, it's a murder case, and I need help to solve it.
So what's it got to do with Elysian Fields developments?
They're in it somehow. The flyers keep turning up whenever I find a domestic fire.
They're boosters. Stiffing GIs for deposits, making them wait months for a throw-up house. They're already making more money than they can count. What's turned them into killers?
So you believe me?
This is why you dragged me into the Buckwalter case.
Look, Jack, I'm sorry. But if not for me, do it for some of the poor saps who are dying. Or some of the leathernecks who are getting grifted. How about it, Jack?
I know you, Cole. You're still beating yourself up over that medal on Sugarloaf. The medal you think you didn't deserve, but you just don't get it. Nobody deserves a medal. It's just the ridiculous situation you find yourself in and how you react to it. You think you failed up on that hill. But courage isn't a tap you can turn on or off. Courage isn't permanent. It's a tenuous and fickle thing. Courage and cowardice exist in every man. Get over it.
You got it off your chest.
I guess I have.
Can you help me, Jack?
I'm thinking about it. The Hall of Records is the place to start.
Phelps olarak artık ha buraya gelmişti.
Hello there.
The Land Registry Office. Where is it?
Just up the stairs.
Thanks. I'd like to see the company details of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Certainly, sir. Just this way.
All those suburban sons of bitches ought to be listed in here. Courtney,
Shelton.
for God's sake, what's he got to do with this? I'd like information on a plot of land.
Okay, do you have the address?
Not exactly. It's a new lot. I have the coordinates. 34 degrees, 4 minutes, 29 seconds north. 118 degrees, 17 minutes, 58 seconds west.
All right, that makes it a bit more difficult. Come with me. I believe that is in the Wilshire area. Here.
34 degrees, 4 minutes, 29 seconds north. 118 degrees, 17 minutes, 58 seconds west.
It was 34.4.29 latitude. And I'm looking for 118.17.58 on the longitudinal axis.
Degrees, 4 minutes, 29 seconds north. 118 degrees, 17 minutes, 58 seconds west. The lot number's 1876988.
Unfortunately, that is just the beginning. We have at least 1 million lot numbers in the Los Angeles area. The registrations are in alphabetical order. You need to convert your lot number to a letter.
How do I do that?
Over here, use this adding machine. There are 90,000 entries to a book, so divide your lot number by 90,000.
1876988. Divided by
90,000, yes.
1,876,988 divided by 90,000.
One 876,988 divided by
90,000, yes.
Yanlış mı?
$1,876,988 divided by 90,000.
One 876,988 divided by
90,000, yes.
20.
A starts at 0, so you want to add 1 to your number.
21.
That number is your letter of the alphabet. Once you have the letter, find the right aisle, and you are in business.
You do this every day? Let's see what the site is worth to them. $1,876,988. The book value is $350. With the new home in place, the improved value of the property is $3,500. They can make a killing. But how do they pull it off?
Harbiden.
Know why I plumbed for the caddy? The extra trunk space.
One thing you learn in the war, boys. You do your talking once the smoke clears.
Geber lan.
Throw out the guns.
Pardon. Aslında bu ara sahneleri atlamak olsun.
Know why I plumbed for the
Atlasak
caddy?
direkt.
The extra trunk space.
One thing you learn in the war, boys. You do your talking once the smoke clears.
Christ, you just missed.
Kardeşim. Risk yapmayacak.
I need a word, Courtney.
That's okay, Jack. You didn't need to come all the way down.
It's important, Courtney.
How can I help?
Tell me about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
What are you talking about?
Don't fuck with me, Courtney!
Jack, I swear, I don't know what you're talking about.
How does your name appear as one of the investors in the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
You're out of your mind.
I was down at the Hall of Records checking on a property company called Elysian Fields Developments. Their funding comes from the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Seriously, Jack, I have no idea.
Your name is there, Courtney, with some pretty interesting company. The mayor, The district attorney, some dirty cops, and your buddy, Dr. Harlan Fontaine.
Dr. Fontaine?
Spill it, Courtney. I want all of it. Fontaine and the rest.
Fontaine took the morphine off our hands. Look, Jack, I know you said to get rid of it, but it's okay. I did something good for once. He reinvested the money for us. That's it. That's what's happening. They're building houses for
Adem'in yemin
GIs,
ediyor.
Jack. I turned a mistake into something beneficial. Something that's gonna help out the guys.
Courtney, they're building matchstick houses. They're going to burn them for the insurance money. They'll probably stiff the poor bastards for the deposits.
Please, Jack. Say it isn't so.
Öyle ama.
Harlan's a doctor. A good one. He helps out a lot of people.
Looks like he's helping himself, Courtney. You're the fall guy.
Kelso dedi.
Who's asking?
Leland Monroe.
I was wondering when you'd get around to calling.
I'd like to meet with you, Mr. Kelso.
I bet you would, Mr. Monroe. But I value my skin highly enough to not want to meet with you. Why don't you just send some more of your boys around and we'll have a nice cup of tea?
You realize that I could make you a very wealthy man, Mr. Kelso.
Better than $220 a month?
You're a very witty man, Kelso. Substantially
Böyle
better.
I'm going to have to let it slide, Mr. Monroe.
Are you haggling with me, Jack?
I might be.
Come around to my place at 9.
Part 9.
5164 Santa Monica Boulevard. You'll come?
I might. Good night, Mr. Monroe.
Adam topladı. Arabalar güzel görünüyor.
I appreciate the help, all of you. We can reminisce later. I want a minimum of noise and no prisoners.
No prisoners? This isn't Pelelu, Jack.
These guys are grifting GIs. That's what they do for a living.
It's okay, Jack. We all feel the same way. Just hasn't turned out quite the way we imagined.
Let's get it
Buradaki
done.
eski adamlar.
Teams of 2 at the ready.
Yerden o hadi hadi hadi.
Clever asshole. Oh,
That's it. Out of ammo.
Got the bastard. Move up.
Throw out the guns.
There it is!
Stop. You're a very sweet-looking girl to be holding such a big gun.
I know how to use it, mister.
Tamam,
I'm sure you
kullanma
do.
o zaman. Ablacığım.
So how about pointing it over there in the direction of Hollywood instead of at me, Princess?
You're quite the wise guy.
I don't normally shoot women, Princess. How about putting the cannon down? I didn't think you had the guts, sweetheart. I was never very good at reading women. Monroe! Where are you, damn it? Put the weapon down, now!
Yeah, Kelso.
That's my opening negotiating position.
Oh, you crazy son of a bitch! How did you get in here? I'm bleeding to death. Get me a doctor.
I thought I had an invitation, Monroe. Your boys outside were certainly expecting me. That's my second offer.
You sadistic bastard! What do you want?
I'm going to take a look around, Monroe. Then I want you to tell me what you know about the mayor and those Trojan houses that you're building. The Suburban Redevelopment Fund. Remind me what they say about absolute power, Monroe.
Fuck you, Jack! Call me an ambulance already!
That's a hell of a payroll. I'm guessing Benson's portfolio is only a fraction the size of yours, Monroe. Smart. Keep the dirt on Fontaine under lock and key. This is your insurance.
Telefonu. Burada yalnız Royal Earl vardı. Bayağı bir
Some sold up. The others obviously didn't know the links these sons of bitches would go to.
Bakmadım. Aileen. Yok. Ne yapacağım? Lastik.
Dr. Fontaine, I need to speak with you urgently.
Sit down. Please, sit down.
Tell me about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
It's the fund we are using to channel money into the development of new houses.
Why is my name on the board of managers?
Technically, you are a
Sanırım
major
gazeteyle çok
contributor.
alakası yok.
Please call.
Bence masadaki şey parmak basıyor.
Those houses are a sham, Doctor. They're going to be burned for the insurance.
That's a scandalous allegation, Courtney. Do you have any proof?
Jack Kelso, an investigator for California Fire and Life, has seen them. He was almost killed when he found out what was going on.
I don't know what to say. I feel that I have been duped. Who do you think is behind this subterfuge?
Jack says it's a property developer named Monroe. He said it goes all the way to the mayor.
You cannot have believed that I was involved.
I don't know what to believe anymore, Doctor. I
Hello.
hope that you weren't involved.
Thank you for your trust, dear boy. Be still, Courtney. All of your troubles are finally over. Let them go. Let them drift away.
Herkes dert oldu. Geldikleri.
It can't be stopped,
Ha
Kelso.
gazetedenmiş gerçekten.
There's too much money at stake.
Kingdoms rise and kingdoms fall, Monroe. Ask the Emperor of Japan.
Have some fucking mercy!
Operator, put me through to Phelps, arson squad. Yeah, Biggs, it's Jack. I'm at Monroe's. He's in a talkative mood. If you get here in a hurry, you might get something before he bleeds to death. Elsa.
Oh, thank God.
Where? Fontaine. Dead? Former patient.
So that crazy son of a bitch finally came back for a checkup.
It's Monroe. He's raving.
You want information, cocksucker. You get me some medical help.
I've got to go, Herschel. Monroe's negotiating again. Do you want my final offer, Leland? Tell me how I find the guy who has Elsa.
Not Casey. He did whatever Fontaine asked. He had some kind of power over him. He did all the fires and then he went off the rails.
İzin ver lan.
I don't have a fucking name! He worked as a bug sprayer. Get me a goddamn doctor!
Hadi bak.
Killjoy, you son of a whore! Get me a goddamn doctor!
Çağırmıyoruz. Kendini çağır. Harika. A- Gel görevi. Kapanış. Kalsu'da değiliz artık. Phelps'tayız.
Hey, news from Jack. There's a statewide APB out on him.
Jack's okay. He has something up his sleeve. He's not worried about being caught.
How do we help?
We go after the other side of the equation. Jack has a legion and its cronies running scared. We go after the doctor
Helal
and some
olsun
of the
lan.
other guys.
Var
The
ya.
whole department breathing
Dede.
on our necks.
It's time for
Harika.
action, Herschel. It's time for change. Jack's crossed the Rubicon and we have to be on the other side.
Christ, what was that?
Explosion. Something big.
You think it's the Reds? You think those Rusky sons of bitches that dropped the H-bomb on us?
Calm down, Herschel. We need to be ready for the call.
I'm not waiting for an invitation. Get in the car and head for the cloud. KGPL can give us the details on the way.
Abi sen sür.
Can you drive to this one?
All right. Where to?
İlla bizim.
Look at the sky, Cole. No screwing around. We need to be in the car when the call goes out over KGPL.
Car 11K, Car 11K, come in. All units, Car 88K reports an explosion downtown. Repeating, 88K is reporting an explosion downtown. All units, stand by for further.
Downtown? Can't be.
All units, explosion location is somewhere in Wilshire.
We have looters around the corner. Cuff them or put them down. We need to get this area under control.
Cops, you little prick! Get that bastard, Cole! Now ain't the time to be looking for a profit, asshole!
Tamam.
Commander will want us to see it. Let's go.
Jesus. I'd never seen nothing like this.
Harbi.
I wish I could say the same. It's like a bomb's gone off. Jesus Christ. Poor people. We gotta find out what went down.
Abi hala
Get delayed somewhere?
What in God's name happened here?
Wasn't nuclear. If it was, we'd all be dead from the radiation.
That's reassuring. What's radiation?
Everyone inside the factory was vaporized. Look at the size of that crater.
What's going on over there?
The mayor is going on television, appealing for calm.
Television? We're gonna afford one of those things.
Anything to go on?
You're looking at the remains of Nicholson electroplating. I have an idea of what might have caused the explosion, but I'm only guessing. Have a look around the rubble, see if you come up with it.
World's turned upside down.
Then it's time for us to do our jobs.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. We're wrapped.
Well, good. Thank you very much, son. You think it went okay?
Couple of hiccups, sir, but that's to be expected. Nobody's ever done this before.
Sweet.
Get better with practice.
That maybe goes for me too, son. Should have played it a little more.
It's like all that's left.
What do you think?
Try the laundry tag.
No, Mr. Mayor. You came across as,
Phelps!
very
I
resolute.
think I found something over here.
Detective, you seen this yet? Come take a look.
Blew the locker open, but shielded the contents. Let's see what we got in here.
What is it?
A substitution cipher. The Germans used them in the war. These are cipher rings.
You know what to do with them?
Maybe. I used them in OCS.
These first letters are the cipher key.
The rest of the message should align itself.
Hadi. Daha sonra. Ama lastiğin acaba ben bunu şeyler yaptım. Harfleri
Only OSS agents use these things. We'll need to get the film developed to see if there's an espionage angle. Any ideas, Herschel?
None that I care to utter for public consumption.
Tomoko Akamoto. Japanese name. It doesn't appear to be connected.
this doesn't pertain to the case.
Hey, detective! I think I got something here.
I thought 4 days was a tough break.
It would take a smarter man than me to connect that.
Any idea what this is?
A very large egg cup? A Viking helmet? How would I know, Phelps? Try putting it back together.
Looks to me like some kind of machine component. An airplane part, maybe.
Katılıp.
I'm Fred Nicholson.
This is your place?
What's left of it. 32 years of work up in smoke.
Can you tell us what happened?
Our chief chemist, Harold McClellan, was using this area to test the new process.
What exactly is this new process?
That's classified information, son.
Lan patlama olmuş.
A lot of people died here, Mr. Nicholson. I'm prepared to go to the press and tell them it was your fault. What is the new process?
A way to chemically polish aluminum. It's traditionally done by hand. It's extremely labor intensive. The process could be worth millions.
Who is Tomoko Akamoto?
Dr. McClellan's personal assistant. She came highly recommended.
Akamoto was involved in industrial espionage. Was she working for you or for a foreign government?
That's a ridiculous assertion. How can you possibly say she was a spy?
How many of your other employees carry spy cameras in their handbags?
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, she was selling me out.
If she wasn't a foreign spy, who could she have been working for?
There could be other plating companies, but the big customers for the process are the aircraft manufacturers. Lockheed, Boeing, Hughes, North American.
What can you tell us about McClellan?
A brilliant chemist. He approached me a few months ago with the idea for the new process.
So no one has ever done this before?
No, but it's legitimate research.
Öyle değil.
So you thought McClellan could do what no one else could do. You were prepared to take that risk.
Look, he is
Aldınız.
was a trained chemist, and his ideas could revolutionize electroplating.
And you would be rich.
I'm a businessman. What's wrong with turning a buck?
You blew up 6 blocks. God knows how many people are dead.
I regret that.
That's laudable.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Nicholson. Can you send us Dr. McClellan and Miss Akamoto's personnel files?
I will if I can find them.
By the way, we also found the collar of a shirt. It has a laundry tag.
They're likely to be Dr. McClellan. The majority of people who worked here don't use a laundry service.
Sen nereye görüşün?
You're behind the wheel.
Fine. Where are we headed? You think McGlone went up in smoke? Or is he still alive?
You could ask the same question about Tamako Akamoto.
I guess you could. You got an answer?
Not yet. But I'm working on it.
Atlama. Ben buna bakmıyorum.
Well, well. Why the cloak and dagger routine, Miss Akamoto?
Açık.
Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
Aslında evi bir araştırsın. Ben yerdeki bana bastım.
Detective Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
Can you speak to someone at the Army Air Force Base for me, please?
Of course, Detective.
Tell them I have what I believe is an aircraft part. It's polished metal, light for its size. It looks like a cone of some sort. It's stamped on the inside. P&W Wasp Major R4360.
I'll get back to you, Detective, when you check in for messages. Anything else?
I need an address for Superior Laundry Services.
Closest store to your location is in Wilshire, 4766 Melrose Avenue.
Thanks for your help.
Somebody turned the place over. Better watch your step.
Hayır.
You know what this is, Biggs?
Sure. The department gives you one of those when you retire.
Haydi.
Do you think I could fit in there? I couldn't fit in there.
I'd like to think you would have had something more to say about getting shoved in a fridge, Herschel. One to the head, one to the heart. Point blank.
Bilinmeyen.
Could be a class ring.
Bayağı darmadım.
Looks like we have a match.
Interesting dame, this Sakamoto. What is it exactly?
Microfilm. A document shrunk to the size of your thumbnail.
Rod must have amazing eyesight.
You know the way. You can drive.
So where do you want to go?
Dayı. Gittik.
What do you need?
Phelps and Biggs, LAPD. We have one of your laundry tags. Can you tell us who it might belong to?
Are you kidding? I got work to do, Mac. Here's the customer book. Knock yourself out.
Ne bağırıyor?
Number was J2620, Cole.
Who is Hangstrom?
Could be someone else from the factory. Does he have an address?
No. Dead end.
Thank you for all your help, sir. Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address for an Oscar Hangstrom.
Checking. No residential listing for anyone by that name, Detective. Sorry.
Thanks. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
Haydi. Ezgi puan.
Jeans Lindbergh. Very expensive watch. Favored by flyboys. I always wanted one as a kid.
That's funny. As a kid, all I wanted was some food on the table. Biggs, edge 525. I'll need a couple of black and whites, 133 North Vermont Avenue, Wilshire. We'll need an ambulance in the corner. Probably a team from technical services as well.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Detective Phelps, badge 1247, messages please.
You need to call Ray Pinker urgently.
Can you put me through?
It's ringing now.
We're on our way in.
Nix that. I got a message from Lindbergh Field. An airplane tech there identified your part.
What is it?
He said it was a prop spinner from either a Corsair or a B-50.
A what?
Fits over the center of the propeller and protects the pitch gearing.
So it's a military part.
Could be, but get this. The Spruce Goose runs 8 Wasp R-4360s. I think you better get over there and check it out.
We're on it. Can you drive to this one?
Fine. Where are we headed?
Çok saçma bak. pahalı bir kol. Hadi dayına.
Shake a leg, Herschel.
Phelps, I'm coming.
Gel hadi. Hadi sen.
Herschel. Let's roll. You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Atla ben sür. Bir de bug'a gir.
You're falling behind, Herschel.
All right, all right.
Can you drive to this one?
Sen sürer misin? Adam sürüyor.
This is a military project, gentlemen.
Can you state your business?
Detectives, Phelps and Biggs, LAPD. We're investigating the explosion. We have reason to believe there may be a link to Hughes' aircraft.
I'm sorry, I can't help you there, Detective. Without authorization from military HQ, you won't be allowed onto this facility.
What seems to be the problem, gentlemen? Hey, Biggs. You're not still with the LAPD.
Right so, mates. Can you help us out here?
Sure. What seems to be the problem?
We're working the big explosion at the electroplating plant. Found a part there that belongs to one of your planes.
I work head of security for Mr. Hughes now. I'll take full responsibility. I'm sure we can clear this up. Follow me. It's the big hangar. You can't miss it.
Who is Mapes? And what's his connection to Howard Hughes?
Vernon Mapes used to work Advice. Word is he runs fuck pads for Hughes' starlets.
A pimp. Earl and Mapes would seem.
Arabası da güzelmiş ki. Alalım.
Follow me.
Good day, miss.
Nothing really fly? Mr. Hughes believes so. Amazing, isn't she?
So, this is the spruce.
Jesus Christ, Biggs, you want to get me fired? Mr. Hughes hates that fucking thing. It's the H-4 Hercules to you.
You mind answering a few questions, Mr. Mapes?
Call me Vernon, kid. Fire away.
Do you know anything about the explosion that happened at Nicholson Electroplating this morning?
No more than anyone else. Heard the boom while I was shaving. Almost shit my pants. Thought it was Pearl all over again.
But you had no personal contact with any of the employees. And you have no idea what caused the explosion.
I'm in security. I handle Mr. Hughes' personal interests, if you get my meaning. I'm not directly involved in manufacturing.
Eski LAPD. LAPD.
Do you know Tomoko Akamoto?
Never heard of the broad. Why?
You don't happen to wear an LAPD tie pin, do you, Mapes?
Sometimes. I have a couple of them from my days on the force.
Do you know the chief chemist at Nicholson Electroplating, a Harold McClellan?
I've heard of the guy. He was pitching some fancy process to the company.
Yalan.
We know that you were sending parts to Nicholson for testing. Question is whether you were going through Nicholson or cutting your own deal with McClellan.
Interesting theory, kid. How you gonna prove any of that?
Şeyden.
I never had a little book like that. I banked it all upstairs. I also avoided jumping to conclusions.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Mapes. Do you mind if we have a look around while we're here?
Sure. Knock yourself out.
You want to take a look inside her? Can't hurt.
McClellan's process was going to replace all this.
Adama gidip
Is that a Pratt & Whitney 4360?
Sure is. You know your motors.
Do you mind if I take a look at the prop spinner?
We're getting her ready for sea trials, so be quick about it.
What's the oily covering on the metal?
We coat the aluminum parts in linseed oil to preserve it from oxidization.
Looks like Mapes' office is in the far corner. Let's go see what he's hiding. That is Marie the Body McDonald.
Does Hughes have her on contract to RKO?
Yeah, I bet he does.
RKO mu? Kafa bir git. WWE.
Junk. I doubt it.
Latitude 24 degrees, 15 minutes north. Longitude 76 degrees, 0 minutes
Kaçtın mı?
west. (76 degrees west). 24 degrees, 15 minutes north. (76 degrees west). 24 degrees, 15 minutes north. 76 degrees west. 24 degrees, 15 minutes north. Let's see where this is exactly.
Bahamalı.
The Bahamas. Somebody's already got their maiden flight planned.
Let's see what Pinker has for us. He's probably done tinkering with that camera by now.
Thanks for the tour, Mapes.
Always happy to help the department. Hey, don't I know your face from the papers? You're the cop that's stripping that German broad.
Nah, I think you got the wrong guy, Vernon.
Abi. Ne var yani?
How are we gonna look getting around in this thing, Paul?
So McClellan was selling his new process to Hughes and cutting out Nicholson.
Looks that way. This would never fall through. Rid of middlemen and stuff like this.
Someone like Mapes?
The word middleman was invented for guys like Mapes.
You're behind the wheel. You know the way. You can drive.
Aldığımız
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
He plays the saxophone. Oh, and boy, did he get me going.
Any messages for me, Hopkins?
Not many you'd want to hear. Newspapers wanting interviews and rookies cussing you out mostly.
Nothing else.
Pinker wants you in tech services. Maybe you'll be more popular downstairs.
Need a drink. I got the jitters again.
Someone ought to take him home. He's loaded.
Hey, Cole. You're not winning any popularity contests upstairs, you know.
Ya yeter.
Where do you stand?
I think you're a good cop, but I try and stay out of politics.
Everybody tries to stay out of politics, Ray.
Well, don't quote me on it, but I'm hoping that Parker will get the job and clean this place up. I have your photographs.
That bum took a swipe.
You can use the magnifier. There's quite a lot of detail.
Very funny.
I think you're right, Ray. We have our man. You take a nice photo, Phelps.
Guy gave his wife a cat. I said, all fair in love and war.
Bringing the Watcher a match for our John Doe. He's obviously the competitive bid. Can you get this over to Lockheed so we can get a name for this guy?
It's already on its way.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to put him down to 1 round.
Howard Hughes, millionaire, industrialist, aviator, and playboy.
And Vernon Mapes, ex-dirty cop and business fixer. I found a similar tie pin along with a dead guy in a fridge.
Adam polis.
Excellent photography, Tomoko. So Tomoko had the goods on McClellan. Too bad they blew the place to hell.
You think the vice boys get any on the side?
Is this McClellan? Can anyone make out the street number behind him?
Are you kidding? With my eyesight?
Cole, can you help me with a little experiment? Use the eyedropper in front of you. One drop from each of the bottles on the desk. Place the drops in the petri dish.
Guy gave his wife a tap. I'd say all's fair in love and war. I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
It's okay, guys. Just a little experiment.
Can you guys knock it off? Everyone's still jumpy from that bang this morning.
Very funny, Ray. You just took a couple years off my life expectancy.
Did the same trick to me about an hour ago.
So that was the stuff that caused the explosion?
I think so. Acetic anhydride is almost as explosive as nitro, and when mixed with perchloric acid, it's very unstable. It needs to be cooled constantly. We used linseed oil, but you could add any organic compound to trigger an explosion.
3 little drops.
Yeah, and they were using a 100-gallon vat.
Those vice boys get any on the side?
This guy must have escaped the loony bin.
I think his name is Phelps. He's right on the case for that poor lady killed near City Hall.
She wants a 5-star goddamn wedding.
You're behind the wheel.
So what do you want, though?
Stinks of petroleum.
Avgas, if I'm not mistaken. It's all around the floor. Hangstrom was flying today on TWA.
Hangstrom is dead, Cole. Why leave your ticket behind?
Mapes is cleaning up. Hangstrom and McClellan are the same man.
Haydi.
The gas, Cole, the gas! We gotta get out of here right now! Look, by the stove! Shoot the gas line, Cole, we're out of here!
Bir dakika.
are, shitheel. Come on, he's not getting away from us.
Aa, bizim arabaydı.
It's no good. We need to get closer. Shit. You security men, Cole. Stay on mates. Knock them off the road if you have to, but stay on that fucker. Get in close and steer him off the tar. Enough games, Phelps. Take this guy out. I need to be closer, Phelps.
Araba bul. Abi araba buldu.
Fuck. There you are, shitheel. Come on, he's not getting away from us. Lay into his wheel well, come on. Step on it, huh? Get me just a little closer. Smash the son of a bitch's rear wheels. Get in close and steer him off the tar. Shit. You security men, Cole. Stay on mates. Knock them off the road if you have to, but stay on that fucker. Okay. One traffic stop coming up. Enough games, Phelps. Take this guy out. Don't let it sleep on me. Get it close.
Stop right there. Get out of the car slowly. Fire a warning round.
We're gonna have to go through all the security men first. I hope you're ready for a fight,
Aim at
Cole.
the tires.
long do you think you can hold out?
Getting cover!
He wants to play cat and mouse? Fine. Let's go and get his ass.
Find some cover!
Nerede oğlum? Nereye geri çık?
I got you now, motherfucker.
I got it.
You're fucking dead. Throw down your gun.
Stay down.
I'm covering you!
You're gonna have to explain this to me again. So the guy at the chemical plant, he's planning on selling his magic formula to another company and skipping town with his assistant, but he blows himself up before he can manage it. So why the dead body in the refrigerator?
Mapes, Captain. He was eliminating all competitors for the process. When it went bang, he burnt down the apartment to remove all connection between Hughes and the plant.
Mapes, right. I remember Vernon Mapes. The guy had good, honest cops hanging their heads in shame. Glad he's finally out of commission. I don't know if it'll do you any good, Phelps, but between the spruce goose and half the city exploding, you might just have made the case of the decade.
Farklı bir...
It's gotta be one of these places.
Hala bu.
The arsonist's a bug sprayer. He must have worked at one of these joints.
Help you?
How many guys you have working here, Pop?
Who's asking, son?
It could be official or unofficial. Depends on how you want to play it.
You should get to a hospital, son. That arm of yours appears to be letting in daylight.
Save the pity for the other guys. They're the ones who need it. I'm looking for a big cowboy who works pest control. Does he work here?
We don't have anyone like that here.
You sure? I'm not the type of guy you want coming back.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm out of here. I used to be indecisive. Now, I'm not so sure.
What have you got?
Looks like a drug overdose.
Get away from him, Phelps. This is my case.
Shut your fucking mouth. Since when does a bagman work a case?
I knew this creep wasn't on the morphine heist. Victim of his own product.
Hey, detective! Can we back it off a notch? This is getting out of hand.
A time to talk and a time to shut up. Now is a time to be quiet, son.
Courtney Sheldon was a corpsman, Roy. He served his country. He went out with a medical kit and an Army 45 into places that made the Valley of Death look like a picnic.
Helal lan
He was
kol.
either naive
Vur lan
enough
şunu.
or dumb enough to get involved in the Suburban Redevelopment Fund, along with the mayor, the DA, Monroe, and a certain crooked cop. He was involved in the morphine heist, but he has a puncture wound in his jugular, which makes this a murder case. He was a better man than you'll ever know. You say one more word about him and I will blow your fucking head off!
Oh.
You finally lost it, partner.
I have a pretty good idea why Sheldon's dead. And I know about Monroe. Your vast, corrupt future is draining away as we speak.
I got better things to do than argue the rub with you.
Stay with him until the coroner gets here. Make sure technical services bags the evidence. If you let this creep anywhere near it, I'll look for you.
Yes, sir.
You know, Phelps, you're not the worst asshole going round.
Thanks, Herschel.
You're bleeding on my floor. Can you move along?
Bak sen ya.
Welcome to Nuclear. What can I do you for?
I work for the DA. I need to speak with an exterminator, big guy with a cowboy accent.
We have only 3 people work here. Me and 2 Mexicans. They're both on the scrawny side.
Thanks for your help. I work for the DA. I'm looking for a big cowboy, does extermination. Anyone like that working here?
Well, I wouldn't want to get anyone into any trouble.
We could do this the hard way. An address?
Yeah, he lives in a bunkhouse on the remains of the old Rancho Rincon.
Thanks.
Cole, you made it.
What's this got to do with me, Rusty?
Dr. Fontaine, prominent shrink, dead in his patient's room. Spine snapped like a twig. The suspect is one of his mental patients.
I've met Fontaine.
His last patient was Elsa Lickman, Cole. She's missing. Nurse said that she saw some big Boris Karloff type carry her out of here.
The best thing that you can do to help me, Rusty, is let me take a look around.
Sure thing, Cole. This way.
Sağ ol.
Take your time. I'll give you and the doctor some privacy.
Bir dakika. Darp izi var. Abicim.
Destroyed by a monster of your own creation, Dr. Fontaine. I've heard that story somewhere before.
That goddamn pet lunatic of yours is burning down our houses.
Keep your voice down, Leland. Control is of the essence.
Keep your voice down. You know how much these sons of bitches charge for lunch? Fuck them.
Leland, we will not solve our problems by announcing them to the general public.
Değil mi?
We only speed ourselves on our way to the gallows.
He's your imbecile, Harlan. Get him under control or get rid of him.
Speaking of which, I've had to dispose of our young medical student. What?
Certainly are a cold character, Harlan.
He has a friend called Kelso who knows all about the development on Normandy Avenue.
I know about Kelso.
And you thought it unimportant to inform me.
I thought I could take care of it.
Have you?
No, I haven't.
Kelso works for Benson. Is he reliable?
No, he's totally unreliable. But he has so many pernicious habits, he's got nowhere to run.
Can you take care of Kelso?
Don't push me, Harlan. Get rid of the fruitcake. It's no longer necessary.
Nasıl söyle?
I'll take care of Jack Kelso.
Abi bunu
So much for your foresight, Doctor. Good doctor has been marking this map. Edgewood Grove, McCarthy Vista, Crescent Heights, Rancho Escondido. Do those names mean anything to you, Herschel?
Yeah. How come?
New houses all being built in the path of the freeway?
hepsi bir
Fontaine was having the houses burned from Monroe. Monroe wasn't happy. People started dying and it attracted attention. He and the doctor lost control.
Looks like Fontaine has finally dispensed his last treatment. Jack was wrong. It's not about insurance, it's about eminent domain.
What are you talking about, Cole?
The government reclaims the land in the path of the freeway and pays the improved value of the land with the new houses sitting on it.
What about the stiffs who paid their deposits?
Worst case, they get their money back. But the syndicate pockets millions on the improved value of the land.
So where does Jack's boss come into it?
He's the key. He carries the insurance. The insurance proves how much the houses are worth.
And they're worth nothing?
Firewood, all of them.
That's about as neat a scam as you can imagine. How are we going to prove any of this, Cole? Doctor's dead, and Roll nearly bled to death. If they get Jack...
We need the firebug.
Aynen bir
Yogi
sekunda
Cowboy. Get him, get Elsa. Get him, get all of them.
Da bırakırsın.
Guess nobody's home. Most guys bring home a 45 or an M1. This is pretty extreme. Quite a flock you got here, kid. The river tunnels. This guy's a tunnel rat. I know those faces. Jesus Christ, I know every one of them. Oh my God, Ira. You poor backwards son of a bitch. Peterson, I'm going to need some help. I've got Monroe, Fontaine, and all the others. It's all tied up nicely. It goes all the way to the top. Meet me at the L.A. River Tunnel entrance just north of the First Street Bridge in half an hour. Don't ask questions. Just be there. This is DA's investigator Jack Kelso. I have an urgent radio message for Detective Cole Phelps.
En son koyu bir yakalayalım mı?
Go ahead, KGPL.
11K, see the man. A 207 just occurred on the spillway north of the First Street Bridge. DA's investigator Jack Kelso reports a kidnapping suspect outstanding in the L.A River tunnel system with a hostage. 11K and
Roger
code
that.
3.
What the hell is Jack playing at? Like a suicide note. Half the LAPD will be down there hunting for him.
We need to get there first.
All units on all frequencies stand by. Car 86 Adam is in pursuit of suspect vehicle heading southwest on Sunset Boulevard. Suspect vehicle belonging to Jack Kelso, described as a Navy Chevrolet Fleetline. License number 4, William 0286. Car 86 Adam is in pursuit.
They picked up his car. He'll need help to make it to the river.
That's Kelso's car.
All units, Chief Worrell reports that the suspect is armed and extremely dangerous. Repeat, extremely dangerous. Suspect vehicle to be disabled immediately. If necessary, use of deadly force is authorized.
All units, suspect vehicle headed west on 5th Street. Repeat, the Chevy Fleetline Navy Blue, westbound on 5th Street.
Jesus Christ. How many cops are these guys on? Lay into his wheel well, come on.
All units. We have a new suspect vehicle. Shop number 13516. Repeating, shop 13516 is a second suspect vehicle, described as a green Hudson Commodore, license 3 Sam 0102, reported to be aiding suspect Jack Kelso. Use caution to continue pursuit. All units, stand by for further.
All units, suspect vehicle sighted heading northeast toward 3rd Street.
Bizim arabayı niye yapıştırıyor?
Lay into his wheel well, come on.
All units, further to the second suspect vehicle, shop 13516. Chief Worrell has authorized the use of deadly force. Repeat, use of deadly force is authorized in disabling both suspect vehicles.
Evet geldik.
Who is this guy?
Peterson, assistant DA.
What's he doing
He's here to cover our backs.
I'm going in there, Jack.
No one's trying to stop you. I found this at the ranch house. He's marked his routes. I'll go in here. Cole, you take the next entrance. Biggs, I need you to take the car and cover this spot here. I think that's his fail-safe exit. Cole, he's one of ours.
What are you talking about?
Right where you are!
Got it?
Got it.
Peterson, you want to be DA? We'll earn your salt.
So, Kelso is your boy, Peterson? You
Evet.
working with Phelps? A handy lad, that Kelso.
Yes, he is, Chief. You can't imagine what those two have uncovered. It could go all the way to the top.
Öyle.
I hope you won't be implicated.
So, you're the new groom, Peterson?
Looks like it.
And you think he'll make it out of there alive?
I think he might. He's a difficult boy to get rid of.
All right, Peterson. I'm listening. What's your offer?
Ha.
You can walk out of here or go out in a box. Your choice.
Catch this, asshole!
Throw out the guns.
You're pretty brave for a dead man. There! Somebody tag that son of a bitch!
How long do you think you can hold out? You're surrounded and your buddies are dead.
As soon as he pokes his head out, we step on it.
Hayır. Biraz daha Thompson. Ya.
The water's rising. You want me? You got it.
Bu tarafa gideceğimi söylüyor ki hani ben nereden nereye git. Baksana ya. Harbiden bayağı uzak.
soon as you poke your head out, you step on it.
Christ. Just missed.
Tam bulduktan sonra. Hepsinden almadan gidebiliyorum.
The water's right.
Attack.
You can walk out here or go in the box. Your choice. Are you okay, princess?
I felt better. He saved me from the doctor.
Hi, Tex. Do you remember me?
I'm not sure that I do. Have you come here to kill her?
Why would I do that, soldier?
Isn't that why you're all here?
I'm here to get her out.
Her. But not me.
Ama
You
beni
have
değil.
to come for me.
No, not you. It ends here.
You were with the 6th on Sugarloaf, weren't you?
I was?
And Naha?
Yes, I was.
You're Sergeant Jack Kelso, aren't you? Where's your uniform, Sarge?
At home in my locker, Hogaboom. War's over, soldier.
I know that, Sarge. I'm fighting a different kind of war. I fight for God now.
We all fight for God, Ira.
In our own ways. Not everyone knows it.
Elsa, are you all right? Get away from her! It's all right, Cole. He doesn't want to hurt her. Ira was with us on Okinawa.
What? You know this guy?
Don't you remember me, Lieutenant? I remember you.
No. I don't.
You ordered me to burn that cave, Lieutenant. That cave full of civilians. A hospital.
What is he talking about?
It was war. For God's sake, I can't be held responsible for everything that happened.
I don't blame you, Lieutenant. You helped me to help other people.
Ira lost his mind on Okinawa, Princess.
Sheldon asked the doctor to help him get back.
The doctor helped me to find my path. And I helped him to a better life.
Elsa's going to leave now, Ira. She will be all right. You've helped her, too. Get her out of here. Biggs will help. His ex is nearby.
Jack, I need this guy to make the case.
Hasn't this poor bastard given you enough? Get out of here now!
Harbiden
For
kol
God's sake,
sende.
Jack, what are you going to do?
Don't cry, miss. Sergeant Kelso has come to help ease my way. I was proud to serve with you, Jack.
Get out of here, Cole!
Hadi.
What do we do, Lieutenant? Jesus, look at all the kids! Stop the goddamn screaming! I need to think!
And how do you expect to do that, you fucking maniac? They're burned to a crisp.
Finish them off. Do it humanely. We are leaving this place.
You do it, Phelps. Get your own fucking hands dirty. I'm out of morphine.
Put these people out of their pain. Now! That's an order!
Manyak mısın? Kendini niye?
Everyone out of here now. Double time! You two get Lieutenant Phelps to an aid station. Weapons team will be blowing this place in 2 minutes. Everything that happened in here stays in here. Do you hear me? I don't want to ever hear another word about it.
Geri zekalı.
Killed that man!
He was doing him a favor, Elsa.
Cole, up here! I'll get this
Hayır.
Jump, Cole! Jump for it!
Hayır. Öldü mü lan? As be. Yapma lan kol. Ben iyi bir adam olamadım. Ama kimsenin de adam olmadı. Paul Phelps. Gerçi şey söylüyordu. Behzat şey söylüyordu. Neler var canım?
We're gathered here to honor Detective Cole Phelps. Cole Phelps was the best kind of man. Here, here. A war hero who led his men with true valor.
Bir savaş kahramanı.
And through his personal bravery achieved one of his country's highest honors.
Konuşma
A cop
yapmasaydı bari ya.
wrongly accused who never lost his faith in the LAPD and the system.
You belittle his memory.
Elsa.
Get out of my way, Jack.
Rusty'de
Call
unutmak
yourself his
aslanım
friend.
ya.
A detective who fought to expose the evil
Partnerler
corruption
gelmiş.
of the murderous Dr. Fontaine and the rapacious property tycoon Leyland Monroe.
Go to her. Will you,
A
Herschel?
reformer who
You were never his
recognized the
friend,
need to
Jack.
remove the odd bad apple from a department
right.
made up of good men.
Herschel?
A man who never gave up.
Yeah, Jack.
Who continued
never
to
his
fight
enemy.
the good fight.
I think you knew that, Jack.
The fight that cost him his own life. A good husband.
İyi bir ve iyi bir arkadaş oldu.
A good father. And may I say, a good friend.
Ah be Cole Phelps. Üzdü lan. Harbiden üzdü. Ve bölümde bu L.A Noire'u bitirdik arkadaşlar. Ya üzül Paul Phelps'a ama yapacak bir şey yok. Başka videolarda daha görüşmek üzere. Bay bay.
Police entry in a